Greetings everyone, this is me again, Zara Bazak. So I left off where in my live stream, continuing from there, my previous live stream. The only way to have a connection with the true God is through Prophet Muhammad. Then I worked it out thanks to the Ismailis explaining it very clearly, finding their live stream, on their website, not live stream, but also going through the videos of Dr. Khalil Andani and then reflecting on that and reconfirming some of the things which the 12 Shias also believe, that God is beyond what is Allah. And can we have a union with him or things like that? So it's the same as the Ismailis, right? That we cannot have a union with God because he's, although he's near, the ayat says he's nearer to you than your jugular vein, but not in that way where you can have a union with him, but only through working it out, only through Prophet Muhammad can we know who is the true God. So he left us with nothing else. But then I had to leave my religion, Shia Islam, and search other things to find out if the light of Muhammad is there. Other religions, Hinduism, I came across the YouTube, social media, Facebook, all not Facebook, the first one that I used a lot. So help me in that. So that I hope I'm clear. If I'm not clear, I keep coming and explaining myself and clarifying. So I don't see myself live here, although the Muslims will not like this. They'll say that Islam is a peaceful religion, and what am I promoting here? No, it is not a peaceful religion. Okay, now I see myself live here. So I assure you I'm not distorting Islam in any way. You can read, especially the Tafsir of Ibn Kathir on this Surah Tawbah 1, 2, 3, and tell me now. And there are people using Muslims. I found long time ago when I found this ayat, then I was like, yes, terrorism, killing people, girdle. So I that word in this ayat, girdle around you. Try to see whether they have a combatant situation. The disbelievers are in a combatant condition against them, girdling around them. Sorry, I have this kind of a problem with some words, English words. So this, then I found some Muslim, I don't want to pick on anyone, but they're like this, it's a girdle, it's this, they try to explain what it is, but I think the Muslims didn't think that I was going to go to these tafsirs, their tafsirs anymore. So, because I always keep saying Quran, but don't think I'm that naive or I will leave you in the lurch without confirming that. Then after the Quran ayats, I would have come to the tafsirs also. Like now I'm checking the tafsirs. So this is the way I've chosen. I don't describe it, but this is the way I go. Now, those Muslims who believe the Sunnis have got it wrong, the Wahhabis have got it wrong, Shias also blame, but they don't fight them or anything, or they stay away, they disassociate with the Sunnis in this way, in this manner. If the Sunnis come and ask us something, we give them. And but in the humanitarian way, what Imam Ali said to Malik Ashtar in his letter, to treat your subjects when he was the minister, or the, some, what do you call it? He was part of the city. What do you call the ministers of a city? So Malik Ashtar was. So Imam Ali told him by sending this letter to him. It's a famous thing in the Shias, Imam Ali's letter to Malik Ashtar, and you can see what Malik Ashtar was at that time. Imam Ali's letter to Malik Ashtar. I think, is it taken by the United Nations also? 7th century letter of Ali ibn Abu Talib to Malik al-Ashtar was sent by the Islamic leader Ali to Malik Ashtar, a loyal supporter. Wikipedia, thank you. A loyal supporter who served as the governor of Egypt, not minister, governor of Egypt. Okay, thank you, Wikipedia. So this, so inhumanity. Infuse your heart with mercy. Ali wrote, infuse your heart with mercy, love and kindness for your subjects. Be not in face of them a voracious animal, counting them as easy prey. For they are of two kinds. Either they are your brothers in faith or in creation. So this is important, you see. Brothers in faith or in creation. I wonder, Imam Ali has to be stern with the disbelievers, but Imam Ali has turned very, very kind, changed. So there's, maybe now they've made every one of them Muslims because of this ayat, right? And the tafsir of this ayat. So any Muslim who tries to change, aren't you corrupting your own text? Aren't you looking at it properly? Please look at this properly. So you're doing your own research. Quran is enough and you are the... Yes, you should, but you see, okay, what's the difference between you and me here? When I look at this verse, is it my perspective or is it what the thing is in itself, right? Like, for example, I asked Salahuddin when he blamed me for bringing in my perspective of Islam, not even Shia Islam, but as an apostate. So I told him, what is the meaning of contradiction in itself? So because of that ayat, Surah Nisa ayat 82, if you find there are much contradictions, then it is from other than Allah. So you see, I'm not using my opinion. When I use my opinion, I say it's my opinion. This is my life, this is my experience, this is this. And after having looked at all sides of an ayat, we can draw a conclusion from what the ayat really means. So I took those Muslims who believe in Ibn Kathir's tafsirs would have to look at this. So this girdle, I don't know who, and you see, this is the problem in this religion. Each one, it's open to interpretation, and I don't know where the Quran only people take the interpretation of trying to tell us about this word of the ayat. Like, what, how can you do that when your own prophet, Allah himself is blaming, and so there's a very big blaming the Ahle Kitab of corrupting their words with their mouths So you can, there's corruption everywhere here in the translations. You can't even come close to the Arabic word they say. So Arabs know, let them know. But like I said, when a Indonesian or a non-Arab, Malaysian becomes a Muslim, you're like, oh yeah, you're, what do you call it, celebrating, marhaba, marhaba, welcome, welcome to Islam. And you don't question them, oh, you didn't, how did you read the Quran? Okay, do you understand this explanation? Are you a Shia? Sunni? Oh, you're a Shia, sorry, you're not a Muslim, right? You didn't understand. Like that, right? So what a tragedy. You know what I mean. You can put it succinctly, you're intelligent enough in that, I assume. But if they turn away, or Muhammad says, sufficient for me is Allah, there is no deed except him, on him, no. Do I rely? 1, 2, 3, where's 1, 2, 3? So I read all these ayats, you see, to make you, I'm not cherry picking, but I have to pick on these ayats because this is sufficient in itself to say, believers fight against the unbelievers who live around you. Now, some people, what they did was live around you. Someone, maybe I've shown his website also. He's got a website explaining this. What is this word? Yalunakum. You see? Oh, gave me a runaround. Yalunakum. So remember, Muslims, you're not going to hide this anymore. You're not going to lie, cheat, taqiyya, like Hazrat Ibrahim did, and like you have been doing. Some of you, I know, you're ignorant because you don't know your religion and you don't know how much you've been deceived by this religion, but you think that you know your religion and you've not been deceived by any religious scholars. They spent, for example, Shias, 12 Shias spent years, not even like scientists, but in the research like scientists neutrally, but like they had risks, like the scientists once upon a time, or did, no, maybe from the religions, you know, they've risked their lives, they've given their blood, sweat, everything. So how could you believe me in this? So there are some of you like that who think we know it, we know our religion, and I don't blame you, but I blame those who say they like know their, who come here like Brother Salahuddin, saying they know their Ahle Hadith. They are Ahle Hadith and they know it. They know their religion or Hadiths by the letter, not even by the heart, but by the letter. Like they could give you memory. Every letter they know in their Hadith, even. So what is the meaning of this in Quran ayat? I show you how these people, these Muslims, no, you need to know because there have been many killed. And you then blame your religious scholars. Some come here, some Muslims come here blaming not Shias, but the Maulvis, like in Pakistan, you see they in madrasas they're doing terrible things and all that. That they've changed the religion and they are to be blamed. And another thing was that Salahuddin was saying, against the Shias, the Sunnis who say this are extremists, and this is extremism. But what I was telling you, no. Now I found this verse through Tafsir, Quran Talk blog. No, there's a website. Hello, brother. Explain to me what Yalunnakum is. Ibn Kathir has explained this? Yes, here it is. Oh, those who they believe. Fight you all those who Yalunakum. See, it's got there's 3 question marks in red. You can see it. Of the disbelievers, and let them find in you all harshness, And know you all that God is with those who are righteous. Ibn Kathir, I read the whole Tafsir, doesn't say that they are in a combatant state. In order to understand the meaning, we need to determine the correct root. And before we do that, let's take a look at the grammar first. Without knowing the root, we can break down yalunakum as the following. The root you all, they root you all. So what is if they root you all, what is the appropriate triliteral root to apply to this word? Oh, my blood is boiling, but it's okay, I have to go through this. From what I went through this before also. From what we can tell, since the L, Lam, is the only identifiable root letter, this indicates that the other two letters must both be vowels, which would limit it to, okay, in Arabic, Ye, Wow, or Alif. Where's this Lam? Alif. Alif, Ye, Wow. As there is a Dhamma above the Lam, this is, meaning L, this is indicated that the root letter would be a Wow, W. But if we look at Quran Corpus website, it shows they have, now he's looking at the Quran Corpus. It shows they have identified the root for this word as Wow Lam Ye. This root is used throughout the Quran typically to mean someone who is an ally, protector, close, Lord and Master. Or in context, to turn away in this particular instance, Quran Corpus shows the meaning of the word as are close to you. Frank Cedric is here. Hello, sister. He says, hello, Frank Cedric. How are you? I'm honored you are here, but I always find like Christians coming here if you are a Christian. So please introduce yourself, Frank Cedric. Are you Christian? Interested? That's why you're here? Okay. Are you Christian, atheist? Sorry, I have to ask you this, although it's none of my business. But I would like Muslims to come here. That's why I'm asking you this. But honored that you are here. I'm fine. Do you teach Arabic? Yes, I'm Christian. No, I don't teach Arabic. Sorry. So, but I teach the truth about the Quran, exposing the Quran in a way that you will never see before. So those who even know Arabic, Frank Cedric, those who even know Arabic, we have Shias who know Arabic, we have Sunnis who know Arabic, who have spent lives, their blood, sweat, our Shia religious scholars, risk their lives against the Sunni, some of them extremists, wanting to kill Shias because they call them non-Muslims. What have they done? Great blunder, right? So please don't get deceived that if someone knows Arabic and someone is a Muslim, you will get the truth from them. You go to the Sunnis, you will get the truth from the Sunnis about their Ahl Sunnah, Sunni Islam. You go to the Shias, you will get the truth from them about Shia Islam. Frank Cedric says, I see, it's good, sister. I'm learning a lot. Yes, so am I. That's really good that you are a Christian and you are learning a lot. You are welcome to learn. I'm honored that you're here, but any way I can help you. Okay, so now we have this person saying what yalunakum is, are close to you, it means. Then he explains and explains who live around you, those adjacent to you, and what is wrong with this. No, it's they twist, you all turn back. You all distort, turn back, they turn back. So this he says is right, or it's this meaning, this meaning that right by reason of the pain of beating he. So they were beating you up, beating you, twisting, squirming movements or contortions of the body. Then they come to this recoil around you like snakes recoiling. Twisting, distorting, yes, you're Islam. You would even kill Shias, thinking like that. Or turning back the word. Ooh, they've turned back. This is what you are doing. You yourselves are doing this, Muslims. You yourselves are doing this, perverting Islam. Yes. How far can you go with this explanation? You're very good, very knowledgeable. Oh, so recoiled or writhed. This is implying some form of physical aggression or attack. Really? Against these individuals, God is giving even the ones in Yemen, they've recoiled around you. Yeah, look, yes. So where are you from? They recoil, right, you all, attack. Now, right means attack you all. So this yalunakum has two meanings. They recoil and right, attack you. So they're attacking you. Oh, you believe, you shall fight the disbelievers who attack. Let them find you stern. Oh, yes. Now, come to this one. How honest you people are. Right? You Muslims are very honest, I must say. No dishonesty. Before what? What were these Ahl Kitab doing to the Muslims, Muhammadans, and Muhammad himself, Prophet Muhammad? Before we deface, so is there an element of threat, like this violence? What would you say about this? How are you going to twist and turn this ayat around? Tell me. Where's that person? Huh? I will mislead the. Oh, no. Before we obliterate faces, no one can criticize Prophet Muhammad and no one can get to Allah because of Prophet Muhammad. Allah, just through Prophet Muhammad, before we obliterate your faces, where's that ayat? Surah Nisa ayat 47. How do you, Muslims, right? I can only, why Muhammad is God. Oh yes, Muhammad is God, Frank Cedric, well said. Muhammad, Allah is the light of the world and the heavens, and this light is created by Allah, and Muhammad is the first originated light, and so Muhammad is God. O you who were given the scripture, believing in what we have sent down, confirming that which is with you. Before we obliterate faces and turn them toward their backs, or curse them as we curse the Sabbath breakers, it doesn't even say Sabbath breakers, it says the companions of the Sabbath who broke, perhaps. So you see how many people he's killed. If you take Ibn Kathir's Tafsir, and even Shia Tafsir, what if they were the ones groping for life, their life, air, breath, and wanting to save themselves. Have you ever thought of that? You have these really terrible ayahs and you're trying to, okay, yes, one word, let's look at it, yalunakum, right, or whatever it is. So your Allah is an extremist. Have you ever thought, yes, Frank Cedric, the Ismailis and 12 Shia say that God is above, not even energy. Don't call God energy or things like that. You can't get God. He is too transcendental. Above and beyond us. Muhammad has made himself God. So, what word are you going to? What are you going to say about this? Oh, I know what Salahuddin said. That this is because, oh my God. So this violence, threat, and this is good for the hereafter. God knows whose hereafter it is good. Nothing is obliterated from the people of the book. This chapter is a lie. No. This is Surah Nisa. You can do this. What is a lie? No. The Muslims will tell you something like, no, they were not obliterated. This Allah, we were confirming that which is with you before we obliterate faces. Why could nothing be obliterated, Frank Cedric? Because those who believed started to believe because they had a threat here. They were given a threat here. That's why the faces were not obliterated. This is a Quran ayat. Allah is warning, threatening them that if you don't believe in this, Ahle Kitab, the Jews and the Christians, if you don't believe, how can you want face to be obliterated? You see, Muslims are going to say that no face was ever obliterated. Well put, but somehow you remind me of what the Muslims would say. The faces were not obliterated. You see, Muslims are going to say that. And turn them toward their backs or curse them as we curse them. Maybe they were turned towards their backs or cursed as we curse the Sabbath breakers. And then you are told that no, this means the Ahle Kitab, if they now take arms, you say, oh, they're attacking us. They're attacking us. Help Allah. So you see, first you've threatened them here, now. Finally, or what? You've threatened them. Surah Nisa ayat 47. Now, do you think, Fred Cedric, if I tell you, believe in this, otherwise I will obliterate your face, because there's a ayat which says, whether Allah has said this, I can do it. It's not your hand. It's not you who killed them. It's I who killed, Allah who killed them. It's not you who threw, O Prophet Muhammad, meaning it's I who threw, Allah who threw, right? So now what will you do? You are under a threat. You are living nearby your what will you do? Either you give in, I can obliterate your face. I have the right, to do that. Seeing that the ayats are there, it was not Allah who threw. So even if it is here, Allah saying, before we is Allah. It's not the Muslim, and they say it's not the Muslim and majority at that time, including Prophet Muhammad. Allah, Prophet Muhammad, and the Muslims. What would you do? This is not a chapter of any book. This is the ayat of the Quran. Excuse me, Frank Cedric. Nothing is obliterated from the people of the book. Okay? This chapter is a lie. How is this chapter? This is a ayat, yes, but still the people of the book don't believe in Muhammad. Well, if they don't believe in Muhammad and they were there at the time of Muhammad, what would happen to them finally? Allah would be obliterating their faces, or what? And turn them, or some translators write or, some write and. Yes? Right. You got it right? You would say, okay, I'm a Muslim. You would do the taqiyya. Learn the taqiyya from Abraham, Prophet Abraham, in the Quran ayats. If you are under threat, what would you do to save your life? I mean, this is a mad person going around. Allah, terrorists going around. What if the Muslims say, oh no, it's not, we doesn't mean Prophet Muhammad and the moments of that time included, believers. It only means we, Allah in His sovereignty. But then there are ayats which say there wasn't Allah who threw and all this. And they can even, believers, they made Allah put terror in their hearts. Surah Hashar ayats. So you see, if Allah, I tell you that Allah is going to obliterate your faces, or will, or what, turn, or Allah will turn them toward their backs or curse them. Either you will take up arms against this person, or if you don't have those, the arms and the ammunitions and that army, you'll say, okay, I believe in it. Would you be right? So this. Yes, I know the people of the book don't believe in Muhammad, but the ayat here, the verse is saying to the people of the book. So Muslims, when they kill, it's not them kill, but Allah is doing the actions. Yes, there is an ayat here. It's a Quran ayat. It is not you who killed, but Allah. And not you who threw. This is especially when Prophet Muhammad threw dust at them. If you read the Tafsir, who threw? But Allah. I just want to make sure, that's why I have to write it like this. A little more so I can get the ayat for sure. Google searching. Surah 8, Anfal, verse 17. So the fact is that it was not you, but it was Allah who killed them. Right? You see this? So here's the ayat, and then we have the in context, read in context ayat. So we have various translations. Okay, just let me read Yusuf Ali here. It is not you who slew them, it was Allah. When thou threwest a handful of dust is in brackets. It was not thy act, but Allah's, in order so you see this. Oh God, things are popping up in Ramadan. I don't know how to close this. You see? And then the tafsir. I think they want to hide this. The tafsir of Al-Maududi is that, so the fact is that it was not you, but it was Allah who killed them. You see this? I have to guess what, because there's this, you see this, the Muslims don't want you to see this. So I'll just have to. This refers to the occasion when the armies of the Muslims and the unbelievers. See? Now it's covering up. See how the Muslims are desperate for you not to see this. Stood face to face in the Battle of Badr and were on the verge of actual fighting. At that moment, the Prophet threw a handful of dust at the enemy, saying, "May their faces be scorched." So, saying the Prophet made a gesture and the Muslims started their charge. See Ahmad bin Hanbal, Masnad, Volume 1, page 368. Ibn Hisham, Volume 1, page 668. Ibn Kathir comments on the verse. Ibn Kathir also comments on this verse. So there's a Tafsir of Ibn Kathir, where now we go to Ibn Kathir. You killed them not, but Allah killed them, and you threw not when you did throw, but Allah threw, that He might test the believers by a fair trial from Him. Verily Allah is all hearer, all knower. This is the fact, and surely Allah weakens the deceitful plots of the disbelievers. This is the ayat. Now Ibn Kathir's take on this is Allah's signs displayed during Badr, throwing sand in the eyes of the disbelievers. So he starts by that. Allah states that He creates the actions that the servants perform, and that whatever good actions they take, it is He who should be praised for them. For He directed and helped them perform these actions. Allah said, now I think a Quran ayat, you killed them not, but the same Quran ayat. You killed them not, but Allah killed them, meaning it is not because of your power and strength that you killed the pagans, who were many while you were few. Rather, it is He who gave you victory over them, just as He said in another ayah. You get it, brother? Frank Cedric says, I get it, sister. And Allah has already made you victorious at Badr when you were weak. Truly, Allah has given you victory. So this is the point, right? You get it now? So now we go to multilingual Quran, also Shia side to this, take to this, right? Shia take to this. Surah Nisa, 47, I think. Let's check. So there the Muslims in Surah Tawbah ayat, they have a chance to distort or try to say that the enemy around them was girdling them, attacking them. For example, when in the ayats like of Hazrat, in Surah Kaf also, the fear. If you have a fear, like this, a man came from Allah, knowledge, he had the knowledge of Allah. Where is it? 47 ayah. So it's the fear. We feared that he might become a disbeliever. And so that, how can, when Allah puts, if you fear in many such verses, like the wife, husband beating verse. O you have given, who have been given the book, believe that which we have revealed, verifying what you have before we alter faces. Before we alter the faces means disfigure their visages beyond recognition. It was the, oh sorry, I forgot this ayat that in multilingual. Surah Anfal ayat 17. So, but before I go there, Surah Anfal ayat 17, please refer to the commentary of Surah Baqarah, Sabbath, for the Sabbath. But before we alter the faces means disfigure their visages beyond recognition. Turn them towards their back means, according to Imam Muhammad bin Ali al-Baqir, reverting the people of the book to their previous position when there was no divine guidance. These are the threats given to them. It is reported that there were Jews like Abdullah bin Salam and Kabul Ahbar who were quite wise. If you are given this threat, you will become Muslim. On hearing this verse, they openly became Muslims. Surah Anfal. What a thing, really. 17, ayat 17. So you did not slay them, but it was Allah who slew them. And you did not smite when you smote the enemy, but it was Allah who smote. Cedric, it's so funny, really. When the ayat came, of course, if you have a threat here, someone tells you, I'll kill you, deface your face or cripple you if you don't pray right now. Of course you're going to get up and pray like they're praying. I also want to show you, he left no, I'm showing you, he left no way for others to worship their God in their way, to worship a God in their way. He left no place, no space for them. So if you're going to turn this word around and say, it's not about fight the disbelievers who are your neighbors, but those who recoil and attack you. You're doing a great injustice, maybe to those who were killed, the neighbors. Many were killed. And he hasn't, and you can see from Surah Tawbah ayahs, he didn't, and there he's saying that they broke the pact and they attacked first, they expelled him from Makkah. So kill them, wherever you find them. But if they seek, you see, when it comes to if they seek security from you, then give them security, but let them first hear the word of Allah. And the word of Allah is not peaceful living amongst yourselves. You can live as pagans. You can see that Prophet Muhammad, even through Shia also, no, there was some naked, the pagans were doing naked rituals around the Kaaba. And in one of the Hajjs, why he sent Abu Bakr, he said Prophet Muhammad sent Abu Bakr. He didn't go himself. What was one of the reasons? Not only that he was busy in Medina, he missed the Hajj. What could keep him so busy in Medina? Yes, he missed the Hajj. Because the one reason I read somewhere, now it'll take time to find. I may find it. The thing was that these pagans are still, tell them first, stop this. He had to stop them first from going around circumambulating the Kaaba naked, and we're also, like this. So this was given, and there's clapping and whistling, we're told, in the Quran ayat also, that also. So they have to stop these ridiculous, they were told, and indecent, besharam, shameless, shameful rituals. You see? So you did not slay them. Okay, the commentary now under this, you did not slay them. This verse clearly states that it was the hand of Allah who in fact always destroyed the enemies of Allah and His Prophet in the battles the Holy Prophet fought. When did he fight? The unexpected victory of the enemy was gift of Allah. Although Allah takes for Himself the full credit for the defeat of the enemy, but does not exclude the agency of His loyal and faithful agents, whose every action is ascribed to Allah Himself. Isn't this shirk? Ascribing to Allah your actions. Okay, the throwing of the dust by the Holy Prophet was a reaction to Allah's will. It is a historical fact that in all the battles it was Ali, known as Yadullah, hand of Allah, who always played the decisive role in inflicting crushing defeat on the enemy. So it was only like when you threw, it's like Ali can do this. Ali threw. And it's ascribing. So it's also for the Muslims of this time with the Prophet. Those companions of the Holy Prophet who became the heroes of Islam after him had nothing to do with the victories the Holy Prophet won for the glory of Islam. Through the agency of his chosen representatives, he rendered the crafty plans of the infidels ineffective. So it's like you. So it's not you who killed Ali, but it was Allah who killed. So Ali is ascribed to this Allah in action, according to the Shias, right? So who can deface your faces here according to the Shias? Ali can. Surah Nisa at 47. But then we are told during the lifetime of Imam Ali after the Prophet Muhammad that his life, he was so good to the Christians, he was good to everyone. His wife, Prophet Muhammad's daughter, even gave a chadar to the Jew and even visited when the Jew invited her to his wedding, his daughter's wedding. We have a story on this miracle story of Hazrat Fatima Zahra and all that. Lady Fatima Zahra. Okay? So like that you could never think that it won't be recorded in history, but you have to seep out through the Sunni, like Ibn Ishaq or someone, what he did to Bani Qurayza in detail. Like when in going to Surah Ahzab ayat 60. However, but the point, then again I'm going to go to the whole thing I've covered step by step, and it will take a long time. So just for the sake of pressed with time, saving time right now, oh you who were given the scripture, believe in what we have been, we have sent down to Prophet Muhammad, meaning confirming that that which is with you. Before, and we thought that in the Quran, in the Bible, the Paraclete was the Comforter was Prophet Muhammad. Okay, and like that, and the name of Prophet Muhammad is there in the Jewish prayer and Psalms of Dawood or Suleiman, the Psalms book and all this, and God knows where else. Things like that, right? So we could never imagine this verse that a threat has been given to them. We thought it was Allah, He did the right thing by threatening to deface them. You see how brainwashed we were. I mean, even as a Shia, if I read this verse, but when it would, my brainwashing would end is like, for example, in Surah Azab ayat 37, he hid in his heart. And I'm like, so you really have to let go of Shia Islam and everything. So brainwashed. Yes, extremely brainwashed. And if I even say this, the Shias, it's like I'm still shocked. You're like, you can criticize, but you know what? If you criticize heavily, then you know what happens. It's a psychological thing going on that then I'm like, goodness, I was brainwashed to such an extent, but because of so many lies, so much brainwashing, I say, was it brainwashing? Again, I go back to, so you see, heavily criticizing someone would also backfire sometimes at myself. Like, the shock comes back to me, the intensity of the shock. And then in a shock, you can't really see. You need to be calm and cool and secure in your mind, sound in your mind, to be able to tell. Every step of the way, I'm shocked. Sister Zara, what the click that pushed you to doubt Islam? You can see my previous live stream also. When I was there was a Surah Nur ayat 33. Surah Nur ayat 33 about the forcing of prostitutes when they want to remain chaste. Allah forgives them. The way it's written, it didn't, like I started to have doubts. Like I was like, why would Allah not mention a punishment here? Especially because being a woman, like, a prostitution, forced prostitution. But they say that Allah puts it in another, about the mischief makers on earth. There's like you can, cut off their limbs on opposite sides and all this. But here, I was like, why didn't Allah put it here in this ayat where He's put it for zina? He's kept, and this is not even zina. This is forcing those who want to remain chaste, the slave girls or maids who want to remain chaste. You see, like that. And Surah Azab, ayat 37, Prophet Muhammad hid in his heart. Then lately went to Surah, so this was the beginning, like, how could he hide in his heart what Allah was to reveal? And he's telling Zaid, keep your wife and fear Allah, while he hides in his heart what Allah was to reveal. And he fears the people. So I didn't read the Shia commentary at that time. I was a Quran only person as a Shia. Like I just wanted to read the Quran ayats. Then when I read the only commentary I would read is on a mobile verse. Like when I had my Shia Quran, it had footnotes in the footnotes. So I know about, and Surah Maida ayat when Imam Ali bows and gives Jibreel comes, that ayat. Surah Maida 5, ayat 55, and some from the majlises I would get. But on my own, when I read these ayats, just reading, and in Surah Tahrim, I thought it was like Allah was telling him, you can divorce your wives. But he's broken a vow. Or no, he's Prophet Muhammad. So when I started to understand the Quran ayats on my own, and then looked at, I was like, this is not right. But let's see what the Shia say. Then I read the Shia commentary and I was like, oh my God. It didn't satisfy me. So I was having like sweats coming, like sinking heart feeling. Oh my God. Even the Shias are saying this. Then I realized that they were defending the Prophet unnecessarily, without proper logic, reasoning beyond reasonable doubt. Then what I found out recently that I have now put words in, when I was doing my research on Islam, which Islam is true, which school of thought is true, in year 2000, I realized, oh my God, no, when reading Al-Kafi, I realized Imam is saying reason, intellect is important. They were giving what Allah has said and all this. And then I realized that, no, when I was reading Al-Kafi, I couldn't put my finger on what was wrong. My heart was sinking. I started to have doubts on my Imams. what I found out actually that I couldn't put words to is that Allah is beyond our reach. Although the Quran ayah says He's closer to you than your jugular vein and He listens to you when you call to Him, He answers you and all this, He is beyond His creation, and there's no way you can know Him except through His signs and His commandments that are conveyed to you. And the best way, without becoming a polytheist, is to know Him through His signs, and the best sign of His is the mercy of Allah sent down Prophet Muhammad. So Prophet Muhammad has been sent down, and if you, Frank Cedric brother, if you just go through my previous live stream here, a few hours ago, I've put in detail, I've said in detail what about this, more like introduction. You can't, there's no way you're going to have a union with God. Right? Yeah. So you'll go after. So let me see if I can explain it to you here. There's no way you can have like Mansur al-Hallaj. Well, you're a Christian. I don't know if you've heard of the Sufis who say, we become one with God, like Mansur al-Hallaj said. Ana al-Haq, meaning I am the truth. Meaning I am God. So, for example, if like Bob was, they went after Bob. Why? Because he said, I'm the manifestation. Bob of Baha'is, right? The Shias, Iranian Shias, scholars went after him. Now you understand why. No one has the right to say this, otherwise it will make him the messenger of God, like the messenger of God. And so they put the blame on him that he's saying, the 12 Shias, Iranian, that he's saying he's the messenger of Allah, when the messenger of Allah, Prophet Muhammad, is the seal of all prophets. So even the Shias went after him. Sayyid Ali Muhammad Shirazi, his real name. Excuse me. Now you understand. Here, look at this. Even though Imam Hussein now they're talking about his dream. The Bab's mission as a religious leader began with a dream in which he drank 7 drops of blood dripping from the lacerated throat of Imam Hussein, a significant martyr. He's the king of martyrs, Imam Hussein, for the 12 Shias, every Shia, and symbol of sacrifice in Shia Islam. All Shias, no matter which denomination they come from. Although previously inclined toward sharing the Quran, it was after this dream that he was able to write his own verses and prayers. Now, this came to me as a shock, being a Shia, even about Ismaili Imam. We cannot afford this, you see. If Prophet Muhammad, we can't get to the true one God, or having any partners, ascribing any partners to him, or seeing that his attributes are him, saying that his attributes are him. Imam Ali has written about this in Najl Balagha, in his sermon, one of his sermons. So do you get this? Like, this was very shocking for me. Like, we need proof beyond reasonable doubt, and Shias went after him, 12 Shias, religious scholars. Tried to kill him. You see? Although previously inclined toward sharing the Quran, it was after this dream that he was able to write his own verses and prayers, claiming divine inspiration. Oh, you see, so claiming, if this is true, then the 12er Shias will say he's a fake, he's a heretic, he needs to be killed. This is how this religion is. It won't allow any other way. But here is a one who has had a dream. And his wife Khadija became the first to believe in his revelation. What's this? Although previously so he had he was able to write his own verses and prayers. So sorry, in April 1844, his wife Khadija. So he also had a wife like Muhammad, his first wife. Like Muhammad had, her name was Khadija. He also had a wife, Khadija. Became the first to believe in his revelation like Khadija did. Muhammad's revelation. We are told in the Sunni Tafsirs and all. Declaration to Maula Hussain. You know what happens? The Bab's first religiously inspired experience claimed and witnessed by his wife is dated to about the evening of 3rd April 1844. The Bab's first public connection with his son. So I would blame Imam Hussain for not saving him. The 12er Shias went after him in Iran, not the Sunnis. Forget the Sunnis now. Trial in Tabriz. So I've just skipped some because it's too much for my heart to take right now. In June 1848, even now, the Bab was brought from Chehring to Tabriz to face trial for apostasy in front of a body of Islamic clergy. Which Islamic clergy? Shia Islamic clergy. 12er Shia. Because the Ismailis don't have Islamic clergy like this. Ismaili Shias. On the way, he spent 10 days in the town of Urmia, where the only known portrait of him was made, a copy of which was later sent to Baha'u'llah and is still held in the International Archives at the Baha'i World Center. It's like Muhammad too, yes, very much. The trial attended by the Crown Prince occurred. So, not yes, he did not answer. Only 35 answers remain, of which 10 occur in one source, 8 in 2, 6 in 3. Bab claimed to have revelation. Yes. And that I'm that person you have been awaiting for 1,000 years. He claimed to also be Imam Mahdi, Imam Muhammad Mahdi, that the 12er Shias were also waiting for Muhammad Mahdi, the 12th Imam. The trial did not bring a decisive result. Some clergy called for capital punishment, but the government pressured them to issue a lenient judgment. Okay, there's something good news. Because the Bab was popular, the government asked medical experts to declare the Bab insane to prevent his execution. Yeah, and this insanity, maybe even Prophet Muhammad was insane. Clergy may have spread rumors that the Bab recanted. The Sheikh al-Islam, a champion of the anti-Babist campaign, not as the Bab's trial, issued a conditional death sentence of the Bab, was found to be sane. Conditional death sentence if the Bab was found to be sane. A fatwa was issued establishing the Bab's apostasy and stated the repentance of an incorrigible apostate is not accepted. and the only thing which has caused the postponement of thy execution is a doubt as to thy sanity of mind. It's like me. Amanat, 1989. 12 Shias have done this to him. I mean, wanting to kill him. If he's sane, then what happens? 12 Shias, Sheikh al-Islam. Who's Sheikh al-Islam? He's from the Sheikhis. God knows what this is. Hanafi. He's Sunni. No, this is from this. God knows. It's not from the Shias. Okay. This is not from the Shia 12er. Sheikh al-Islam. So, sorry, I apologize. Bob, yeah. So, just seeing if Frank Cedric, sorry if I make some mistakes. I thought that the Shia 12ers killed him. Got him. 20 foot whipping. The physicians. Ibn Taymiyyah. Ah. Oh, okay. Thank you for the help. I can see who's Ibn Taymiyyah. Thank you. Sheikh al-Islam. Ibn Taymiyyah. Sunni Muslim. Acha. So the Sunni Muslims wanted this against him. And where are the Shias now? The unsigned and undated official government report states that because of his harsh beating, the Bab orally and in writing recanted, apologized, and stated that he would not continue to advance claims of divinity. The document of his alleged recantation was written shortly after his trial in Tabriz. Or Brown copies trial. But then who killed him? Who assassinated him? His early writings. In Tabriz, this I don't understand. If you can understand and let me know, who killed him? After trial, it's Shia but Sunni hate. Yeah, but the Shias, no. Sunni hated him and even punished him, but it's the Shias who killed him, right? Shias killed him. I mean, it's the Shia, Shias think that the Prophet Muhammad, is the last prophet and he's not mad. Sunni hate made Shias kill him. Are you blaming the Sunni hate that made it? It's the Shias who finally killed him, right? Yes? Yes. Frank Cedric says yes. Now, I don't think, well, Shia hate was, the Sunni hate was that he would have been killed had they not seen that he was insane, right? A conditional death sentence if the Bab was found to be sane. But they found the fatwa was issued establishing the Bab's apostasy and stated the repentance of an incorrigible apostate is not accepted. And even if the Shias had, where were the Shias now? Why were they quiet? It's his Shias. And the Shias are not Baha'is. I wonder what the Shias say about this. So this is very, very shocking. You see, revelations can come to, the poor people. Anyone, it can come. You see, this could be a. I thought about it when I in year 2000, like reading all this. You see, you can't. So I have to correct the Shias. Please, there's a certain type mind where the psyche, somewhere this poor person saw dreams, and and it's like Imam Hussein got him killed because you see, I do believe. I've also had these weird dreams. Like Prophet Muhammad is at the foot of my bed, and his daughter comes, and Prophet Muhammad says, I am at the foot, and I'm lying there on my bed, and he's at the foot of my bed. God save us, really. This insanity. Prophet Muhammad comes at my foot, standing there, and I'm lying down, straight up. I'm not sitting up, but I'm on my back, lying down. And then, things like that, dreams, where he says, I'm Prophet Muhammad. And he says, my daughter Fatima, and she appears. And she's next to him, standing next to him at the foot of my bed. My feet are pointing at them. And Fatima says, now who will believe me? Bibi, his daughter Fatima says, we cannot make you believe in us. And I got up and I was like, how can Bibi not make me believe in God and this religion? Shahs to send, Badshahs to send, Deenas to send, Deena, the mother of Ghamkhar, or the mother of Hussein, is saying we cannot, meaning the belief center, meaning I would not be shouldn't listen to Sunnis, that also that the tafsirs that have come from Bi Fatima Zahra are true for me. Because the horse's mouth, Prophet Muhammad says, and it's not Prophet Muhammad who says about belief, but it's his daughter who says, we cannot make you believe. Inas was silent. And I got up and I said, no, baby, you are the one who can make me believe. But then you see, I started to think, is it me? They don't want me to make believe. It's not a make believe religion. It's a true hug and this and that. Frank Cedric says the same, like Prophet Mani, who received revelation too before Muhammad was born. Acha, I've not heard about this prophet. From the Hindu side, Prophet Mani. So you see, this Bichara Baba, please, he was a Shia. And I think then Baha'u'llah, he went in, I didn't read the whole thing. I think he wanted to search for Imam Mahdi. That I have been trying to search for Imam Mahdi. Because I heard from my father that Imam Mahdi used to come to Al-Kulaini, the one who wrote Al-Qafi, and give him these, so Imam, give me Allah, Imam sayings and all. No, not from Hindu. Then, like Zoroaster, Prophet. So, he's another Prophet Mani. Where is he from? When the Bab was executed for apostasy, he was tied up in a public square in Tabriz and faced a firing squad of 750 rifles. When the smoke cleared, please see, he may not. Shias also really do. Yes, I think. Sorry? Oh, sorry, I got this answer late. I don't know what, sorry, I didn't get it. Yes, I think. So, to Baha'is, the Bab fills a similar role as Elijah in Judaism or John the Baptist in Christianity. So please, Muslims, doesn't mean he's a liar or something. He believed to be last prophet after Jesus. Oh, okay. Last prophet. I've never heard of him. Which religion follows him? Does he have a religion? So, you see, back here, okay? You see, please, Shias, I mean, a person may not be well. He's sincere. He's not your enemy. So, enemy of Islam, kill him. He's saying, that he's received revelations. Maniism. Oh, okay. Thank you, Frank Cedric. The Manism. I see. Manism. Manism. I see. There's nothing evil about him that I can find here, but just that he said he received revelation. Please. So there may be some problem in the brain that gives to people revelations, and Prophet Muhammad is not the only person who has this problem, who had this problem. So Abdullah Gondal talks about it, thank God. When someone has epilepsy and all this, it could be something in the brain where the brain, they have these extraordinary verses coming to them and they feel that they're talking to angels. Angels are communicating. Yes? Now, so many Christians witnessed Bibi Maryam, Jesus' mother's, what do you call that? Apparitions. I mean, there are people, so even this Prophet Mani had received revelation after Prophet Muhammad. We must see. You see, because Prophet Muhammad cannot be the seal of the Prophet. But there are people having extraordinary revelations coming to them, even after Prophet Muhammad. And he's not our enemy. Bichari, this poor man they killed. So this was another very, like reading all this. You see? So I feel the Shia, 12er Shias, unjust, injustice, religious scholars also. And not only that, but I can see it in the Quran ayats now, the injustice, the extremism. Mani claimed to be the seal of the Prophet. Oh, okay, so Mani also claimed to be the seal of the Prophet. So, yeah, so there are these extraordinary things happening, revelations coming, in poem form, very poetic, people having dreams. One Sayyid told me from Imam Musa Kazim that Jibreel came in his dream and said, "You are the Prophet." He said, "No, no, no, I'm not the Prophet." He got up and thought, "No, no, I'm not the Prophet." Of course, the text is there. You can check that, Jibreel won't come to me. So he was quite sensible to say, no, no, he's not the Prophet. But some people can't hold back on that. They feel it's calling from God. They are the prophets. Like Bob must have felt that way. Some people can't control this. They're compelled to think, believe that they're receiving revelations from God. And consider this, the Imam Mahdi is in hiding, occultation, 12 Shias. Now maybe Bab was receiving something they misunderstood. What if Imam Mahdi, I was told Imam Mahdi is going to come, maybe he'll say, take access, he'll give us access. His 40 moment, and he'll test them. He'll say, break the tomb of Imam Hussein. Many religious scholars, I was told, Shia religious scholars, eminent, will go against this. Only is for some Mu'mineen, very few. We are told he will only have, in the end of the world, before the end of the world, he will only have like 40 Mu'mineen with him. When he has that, he will appear. He doesn't have 40 Mu'mineens to appear. That also was shocking. It's really, really, really sad. It is a killer, Frank Cedric. If, I would have died. This is a killer. I wish like wishing, death wish. Allah, what are they doing? It's really sad, very, very, very sad. So I would like people to help me, like Abdullah Gondal, but who would listen to Abdullah Gondal? So I appeal to you Shias and Muslims to be a little more, how can I cry out to you? This is not right. How can listen to Abdullah Gondal? Maybe even Prophet Muhammad had that. It's something in the brain. And there are people going to be that they think revelations are coming to them. He could have been one of a very faithful follower of Imam Mahdi, testing his Shia religious scholars. Like, have you become like those doctors of law in the Quran ayat? You're very strict. What is said about these doctors of law? So I had to say that somewhere even doubt Prophet Muhammad's revelation to be of sound mind and true. Certainly evil is that which they work. So again, it's in the doctors of law. So by its standard have been judged the Jews, by the prophets who bowed to Allah's will, by the rabbis, and the Surah Maida also. Let's see this one. Surah Maida at 44. You want to remain as the doctors of law, religious scholars of fiqh, and usul din and furu din, jurisprudence and rules and all this. You don't have a heart to see. Indeed, we sent down the Torah, in which was guidance and light. The prophets who submitted to Allah judged by it for the Jews, as did the rabbis and scholars by that with which they were entrusted of the scripture of Allah. And they were witnesses thereto. So do not fear the people, but fear me. They were witnesses thereto. Oh, this word, this ayat I used? What if, back to Surah Azab ayat it takes me. You see, it's told the Jews, indeed we sent the Torah, which was guidance and light. So who feared the people? And what happened? If you read the context, Frank Cedric, if you read that ayat, Surah Azab ayat, in context 37, Shia context even, Shia context, what do you find? No. About Z adoption, you find not what he was hiding, but let me just show you something. Prophet Muhammad had made the people a witness, that context. Surah Azab. In the market of Akaz, Zaid bin Harith was being sold as a slave, right? All this you can read. And this is under the ayat, let me, oh no, I have to go. 4. Ayat 4 of Surah Azab, multilingual Quran. So as you obtain freedom, okay, this, and then so his father came, Zaid's father, and Prophet Muhammad set him free. The Holy Prophet at once set him free and gave him permission to go with his father. But Zaid decided to remain with the Holy Prophet. The Holy Prophet asked the people to bear witness, not God. He asked the people to bear witness at this time. You see, the Shia say he was a prophet even now. It's not like the Sunnis, unlike the Sunnis, right? Prophet Muhammad has now declared his prophethood, is a prophet. Frank Cedric says the Quran is full of qatilu. Yes. But Frank Cedric here, yes, it's true. The Quran is full of qatilu. Kill, fight, kill. Terror, Allah terrorizing. But they say that because what would you say then to the Muslims who say that the aggressors were they, the other party, disbelievers? The reason why the Quran is, some verses are of qatilu is because Prophet Muhammad, it's a big, long story, Prophet Muhammad had the worst hypocrites and they were attacking and they were harassing Prophet Muhammad because this is the best religion and the shaitan, this and that. So you have to have the backing to say, because the Muslims have every reason, even the terror stricken by Allah on the Yathrib people who were Muslims, it's right. You see, they'll say, look, Allah sends earthquakes, nature, so those innocent people get it. Life is full of natural disasters also. So we take Allah in that form, like, why not? Why not, right? Where even when a natural disaster comes, Allah, if you believe in God, God doesn't look, a child goes, baby goes, 1 day year old, 1 hour year old, 1 minute year old. So the reason why, but I'm trying to get to another way in this, appeal to their souls. The Holy Prophet asked the people to bear witness that from the day Zaid was his son and he was his father. Do you see this? So the Shia say he was a prophet, he knew it. It wasn't that he didn't know and achanak, all of a sudden, Jibrail came or the trusted spirit came to tell him, read, recite. How Momo married his adopted son. that is of no, he married his adopted son's wife. He married his adopted son's ex-wife. But here, we're here. Frank Cedric. Again, you know why are you going here and there? Can you see this? Please, it's very important if we go step by step. He didn't marry his adopted son. He married his adopted son's ex-wife, Frank Cedric. But Holy Prophet, is now a Muslim. I mean, he's a prophet. He knows he's a prophet, sorry. Right? I mean, right? Ask the people to bear witness that from that day, ask the people to bear witness. That how can then he say that Allah is sufficient for him as a witness? I mistake. Okay. Okay. So now we have here. So from here, he made people to bear witness. You see where the Shias are wrong. Then, as a prophet, and he's going to be practiced himself. And now where these Shias have gone wrong. Ayat 37. They say they have another reason why he feared the people here. But up there, under that ayat, the commentary says Prophet Muhammad, being a prophet at that time, he didn't make Allah bear witness to this, but he made people bear witness to the adopted son, being his own son, giving him his name. And then Allah comes and changes it. You see, now here I feel the Shias here also they're wrong. So the commentary for 37 is in under 36, we find. Ayat 36. What they say, what do the Shia say about this contradiction? Shia say, refer to the commentary of verses 4, 5 and 28 to 32. About this ayat, sorry I have to read this ayat out. You feared men, and you concealed in your soul what Allah would bring to light, and you feared men. So please bear with me, this is the way I go here from hither and thither, to show you man's So why do you think he feared men? Because he's made a mistake here himself, making people a witness. Or maybe you would say that what the religious scholars say, that now you see the people will say that but what did he do? What will the people go away from Islam because they used to not marry the adopted sons' wives? This is what we thought. But what happens here is, if you look at the, am I explaining this properly? If you look at the, back to this ayat and the commentary, the commentary under this ayat, Prophet Muhammad made people to bear witness. Not only should we say that he feared the people about this, or whatever the Shia say, which didn't satisfy me. The reason Shias give. Right? Should it satisfy me what the reasons, when he's made people a witness being a prophet? Knowing he's a prophet, he's already declared he's a prophet. And practicing a pagan Arab idol worshipping way, then what happens? He's made people a witness here. We are told by the Shias. I'm not the one saying it. So why would the Shias become like Sunnis? And, not heed this. When the Sunnis give these Shias a hard time, we're not going to listen to you. No, you're wrong. You're not even Muslim. So what is this? Excuse me. Prophet Muhammad makes people a witness, and here they're saying this. Baba, don't you see that the people went to the Holy Prophet to seek his help? He came, struck it thrice with an axe. No. Where's that? In the market of Akkaz. You see, when his father left and Zaid said, I'm going to stay with the Holy Prophet, the Holy Prophet at once set him free, gave him permission to go with his father, but Zaid decided to remain with the Holy Prophet. The Holy Prophet asked the people, not Allah. When is he relying on the people now? Why is he relying on the people to bear witness? He's made the people. He's practicing their way of adoption. He's made the people to bear witness. Shahada. Bear witness that from that day, Zaid was his son and he was his father. One point at a time. There are many things bombarding my head. Things were changed here afterwards. The Prophet, we're told, made a mistake. Shias don't see this. They say the Prophet never made a mistake in his entire lifetime. He's not like Prophet Moses to make a mistake. He doesn't speak out of his own either desire. It's Allah. Surah Najm ayahs. Here we are told that in which you made a mistake. There's no blame on you because Allah's law had not come, and so it's been changed now. But he made people a witness. And now he's changing that. It's like, turning away from your word. Allah you can't afford to do this kind of a thing here. That once you make people a witness also, practicing their way of adoption, and then have Allah change it. And then when he's fearing the people, you're saying, oh, you're giving a reason which is fallacious, which is a fallacy. A new word I've brought out. Fallacious. This would be a fallacy. Oh, this. The commentary wanted exercise the freedom of choice. Zainab the highborn tried to prevent. Adopted prophet does not deprive. See commentary for verse 36. Aka Mehdi Puya and Ali, please tell us what this is. You feared men, and Allah had a greater right that you should fear him. Okay, 39. Those who deliver the messages of Allah and fear him and do not fear anyone but Allah. No. Man's responsibility is to Allah. So, and particularly a prophet's submission to Allah will had be of the highest degree in conveying Allah's message. But it's not saying that, it's saying you feared. Now, one reason why here you feared men whatever the reason Shias give. Here it is, from Akamedipuya. You did fear the people implies that the right course should be followed. Oh my goodness. No, Akamedipuya, with due respect. Oh my goodness, you're blaming the people. You're saying, no, you're saying that those people who he bore witness in front of, no, he made them bear witness. I wish I was eloquent and fast. Excuse me. Oh my God. What do you make out of this? I don't know what you make out of this, but I certainly withdraw from Shia Islam altogether. It's illogical. That Allah is not, he's saying that, no, indirectly like this, like let's say I want to correct a friend, she's done something wrong, and I use my sister, because let's say we're both Shias, right? My sister and I, as we were, I'm not, but like, so one day, like, I tell the friend, isn't this dishonest? Instead of having a confrontation with the friend, like, take her to the room, illogical and also unethical. Unethical to do this. Here it's very, very clear that God is telling the Prophet, you feared the man and Allah had a greater right that you should fear him. But the Shia say that Allah tells the Prophet Muhammad this because he wants the people to know that the Prophet should not fear the people. Yet you feared men, it says here. Yet it says here that the Prophet feared the men. Then they come up with Hazrat Musa, that Moses felt frightened. We said, don't be frightened, surely you will have the upper hand. That ayat in the Quran, right? Moses felt frightened. We said, Allah said, don't be frightened, surely you will have the upper hand. But Moses had not made his people a witness when he adopted Zaid according to their religious rites. And made them a witness. Moses did not do this. So you can't apply that Surah Taha ayat or Moses feared. You can't apply that here. Can you? Seems like it's all stolen. So you can't apply this. You feared men. It says you feared men. He definitely feared men. And now Allah is telling him, but now this. And Allah had a greater right that you should fear him. Allah is rebuking him here. But what these eminent religious scholars, Akamedipuya says, you did fear the people, implies that the right course should be followed. Implies that. But what actually does this consist of? That Prophet Muhammad actually feared the people? Implies. It says implies. But what does it explicitly tell you? Explicit, directly tell you that he did fear the people. Akamedipuya jumps to implications, implies. It's implied that the right course should be followed, whether the people like it or not. But what happens here? And who is he implying to? Prophet Muhammad also, right? And telling the people. I try to correct a friend, use my sister, right? Whereas my own sister has made the people a witness. And I say, you shouldn't be fearing the people. And I'm correcting a Sunni friend of mine like this, indirectly. What does it say about me? Am I true? Am I an honest person? Am I honest? If I'm honest, I go up to the boss. I don't use my friend, sending my friend, please go and tell my boss. I'm a coward then. I'm a coward. I'm using my friend or my brother. When I use my brother, my small brother, when I was also small, but he was younger to me, to send something to my teacher, give her the money she had paid for my food. What did she say? She was very principalized. She was a Catholic Christian, Pakistani, Goan, original. What did she say? The next, after school, she told my brother, tell your sister to come and give me the money. She was taking a class, giving a class, right, PE on the field. And I was like, Zuhair, I told my brother to go and give the money so that she wouldn't tell me, oh, I'm busy. How come you've come at this time to give me my, pay me back what you owed me? Would that be honest, principalized person? So from childhood I learned that it would not be honest, brave. And for a principalized Catholic, it would not be acceptable. It's unethical, uncultured. Uncultured people do this. So thank God I grew up to correct myself, because my teacher corrected me. It's uncultured and first of all, you've made the people a witness, not God alone. And then you rely on God saying that Allah alone is his witness. Why? Because now you don't have no one believing in you. Because your Lord is changing, Allah is changing laws and this and that. Now in Surah, where is it? Rad. You say, now, you see, who is left with you is Ali, your son-in-law and cousin. These are two, Allah and your son-in-law. Why? Why should the Jews now believe in you and the polytheists? You made them a witness, and now you're saying Allah is sufficient as a witness for his messagehood and his messengerhood. Huh? Are you here, Frank? Cedric, sorry. Frank Cedric. The unbelievers say, no messenger art thou. Say, enough for a witness between me and you is Allah. How did these unbelievers become unbelievers? Like I became an unbeliever from Surah Azab, and also looking at the commentary section of the Shias. Now, who does he use? The unbelievers say, when the unbelievers say, no messenger art thou. Who does he use? Who is left with this knowledge of the book? Ali. Ali is there. With this unethical thing done in Surah Azab verses and commentaries, say, enough for a witness between me and you is Allah. No. I mean, what a shahada. What a shahada. And Allah is who? Who has made us bear witness to Him. By all communicating through created things, Surah Araf verse 172. If you take the Shia way, the unbelievers say, no messenger art thou. Say, enough for a witness between me and you is Allah. Can you believe? Can you believe now? Allah is sufficient as a witness, and such as have knowledge of the book. The Jews are chucked out. If you do not believe in this, we'll deface your faces. Before we deface your faces, how do you bear witness? When everything is created and He's the best, He's the proof for Allah. Here. Now you're stuck. The Shias are stuck. Do you see how the Shias are stuck? But I don't want to be stuck in this. Because I'm one of the unbelievers now, you see. I'm with the Jews, with the polytheists, where His Allah changes the law, making people a witness. And now He's saying Allah is sufficient as a witness, and you know who this book, knowledge of the book, had? According to Shias, Ali. And Allah is sufficient as a witness. Another ayat I'm giving you. Who could believe in Him except for Ali? Say, sufficeth for a witness between me and you. Lo, He is knower, seer. Allah, say Allah, did I miss that? Sorry. Allah sufficeth for a witness between me and you. Enough is Allah for a witness between. Where's Allah? Then something better has to come here. I'm sorry. Surah Isra, verse 96. Please, either bring Allah down. But at that time when He made Zaid His son, adopted son, according to the pagan rites and customs, He made the people a witness. Right? Allah was not sufficient as a witness at that time. So you make contracts and you then rescind them. You rescind. Making contracts, this was a contractual thing. He made people a witness, making contracts. He's very Amin, I must say. Making contracts, and then you cancel them. But it is of not your fault. Here in Zed's case, look at Zed's case, for God's sakes. See, you who believe when you contract a debt for a stated term, put it down in writing. Have a scribe write it down. You'll say, yes, those people, it was like, a scribe came. Those were the scribes. Those were the witnesses He made. So, yes. What else would you say? Oh, you have believed. When you contract a debt for a specified term, write it down and let a scribe write it between you in justice. Let no scribe refuse to write, as Allah has taught him. So let him write, and let one who has the obligation, i.e., the debtor, dictate, and let him fear Allah and his Lord, and not leave anything out of it. But if the one who has the obligation is of limited understanding or weak, or unable to dictate himself, then let his guardian dictate in justice. How well! You see how particular you are about contracts. And if there are not two, Allah is your Allah is Muslims. And if there are not two men available, then a man and two women from those whom you accept as witnesses. A man and two women, remember, two women are equal to one man in witnesses. So that if one of them, i.e., the women, errs, then the other can remind her. Good night, sister. Okay, good night. Thank you so much for your help, Frank Cedric. Good night. A very good night to you. God bless you and your family members and all. Thank you so much for being here. So, now you see, Allah is making such a detailed this thing about contracts. Take them seriously, please. There, you have to write it down and this, and have witnesses. And you say, what a great Allah for the contracts. What Allah has sent down. Look, He knows everything. He gives it to you, how to form a contract. That is more just in the sight of Allah and stronger as evidence, and more likely to prevent doubt, and that is more just in the sight of Allah and stronger as evidence. Saying, right? So it's used these things as evidence. So when you use the people as evidence, and then Allah, okay, you has brought this, you can't afford to do these things also, except when it is an immediate transit. What? And stronger as evidence, and more likely to prevent doubt between you. See? And more unlikely to prevent, and more likely to prevent doubt between you. More unlikely to. A scribe should refuse, and so have two witnesses from among your men. If two are not, then one man and two women from those witnesses you may like. Other than, and the witnesses should not refuse when summoned. And do not be wary of writing it down along with its due date, no matter whether the debt is small or large. That is more equitable in Allah's sight, and more supportive as evidence, and more likely to make you free of doubt. What does it say? So please, okay, you said this is about debts and contracts and all that, but please, it is more likely to make you free of doubt. Free of doubt. Did I misread the first translation? You see, that's why the Jews and the pagans of that time started to have doubts, because Allah is changing things. He practices Prophet Muhammad himself. That is more just in the sight of Allah and stronger as evidence, and more likely to prevent doubt between you. I misread it. You see, prevent doubt. So the Prophet Muhammad could not afford first practice the pagan Arab way of idol worshipping, and then break the witness, break everything, break the whole practice. And Allah is bringing a new law about contracts. What are we told? You're less likely to have doubts, because witnesses and whatnot is involved in this, the making of a contract. And then here, taking it so lightly, Allah has said, Surah Ahzab, oh, how, I mean, please, Surah Ahzab, I mean, you're seeing, there's no, I mean, what impression are you giving? But you're bringing in doubts, right? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, multilingual Quran. I didn't see that. I forgot. And when you said to him, where is it? And so changed. And also ayat 4, where is it? I have to go up now. There's no mistake. Fifth, there is no blame on you, meaning i.e. Prophet Muhammad too is included in this. Concerning that in which you made a mistake, but concerning that which your hearts do purposely. And when you read the commentary, this is also very shocking. Yeah, this is addressed to the followers of the Holy Prophet through him, through him. Also this, see the commentary. And see this commentary, oh my God, right? The Holy Prophet asked the people to bear witness, shahada. Now they're saying, by Allah. They believe in Allah too, right? They have their gods. They have their Torah. They have their, I don't know, pagans have what? The idols. Oh my God. So they all bore witness that from the end you broke this, and you're saying you broke you're not taking the witnesses. Allah has brought a change after this. Allah could not allow this thing to happen in the first place. Prophet Muhammad to do something like this, like he did in Surah Tahrim also. It's okay. You told the wives, pleasing your wives. What do the Shias? I'm surprised the Shias, 12 Shias. Ismaili Shias, I don't know what they say. Like these oaths taken like lightly. But why even take a oath like this? You're a prophet. You're God conscious. Surah Tahrim, ayat 1 and 2. Now you're protected from this oath. Taking in vain to please your wife. And who are we told that the Muslims should please? No one but Allah. So it's all wrong. It's all it's all a contradiction. So strict in making contracts. Allah is. You can see. I showed you. But here it's okay. You made a mistake in which there's no blame on you considering that in which you made a mistake. No, no, no. Blame. But please see what happens. Oath taking. What happens? Surah Baqarah, ayat 282. What does it say? All this Allah has asked you to do. Duty. Or when making a contract. Or you have believed when you contract a debt for a specified term even, write it down and let us scribe, like even, I don't know, but specified term, write it down and let us scribe, write it between you in justice. Let no scribe. You can't go practicing something and then say, Allah has brought a change in the law. You have made people witnesses. 2 women from those witnesses, Allah uses like not one woman. One woman is not enough. How many witnesses are needed for this contract? Writing is needed. Term, you have to write down terms. It's so strict. Fairness, justice, so that you would have no doubt, no matter whether the debt is small or large. That is more equitable in Allah's sight and more supportive as evidence, and more likely to make you free of doubt. Now you have an unbeliever here, and I'm a what am I? Example. to those Jews who retreated, pagans who retreated, and I used my mind, I also retreated. Does make sense. I departed from Shia commentary, everything. No satisfaction did I get. All wrong. All unfair to the Jews, to the pagans, to the people who bore witness, made to bear witness by Prophet Muhammad, that Zaid is his son now, adopted by the pagan Arab idol worshipping. Then Allah brings a change. So now can you blame? Then you're saying Allah is a witness, sufficient as a witness. Allah is sufficient as a witness. Right? Corpus Quran. Surah Isra ayat 96 says, sufficient is Allah as a witness between me and you. Indeed, He is ever concerning His servants, acquainted and seeing. Enough Allah for a witness. So remain consistent, right? Also that. Okay, you see, and so now I must take a break. And then any other questions? See, I have to say, you in Surah Rad, like you can't blame these unbelievers anymore and say that Allah is sufficient as a witness and Imam Ali, i.e. the one who has knowledge of the book, Shia side. You can't do that. Why? Illogical, contradictions, fallacies. In contracts, you're so strict. Your Allah has made you take stringent conditions and this, what do you call it? So now people are not going to take you seriously. Every time you keep changing. So what was the, okay, so the thing is that also that reaching Allah in any way, you will not. In Shia, nor in Shia Islam. Like Ismailis and Shias, I know. So Prophet Muhammad better come up with the proof that is consistent, beyond all doubt. What is a proof that is beyond all doubt? That he is the prophet, true prophet. He better come up with all this, right? So then, a proof beyond all doubt. No inconsistencies in the Quran. We have to go through, seeping through the Quran ayats. No contradictions of any sort. No changes to what he has. I mean, look, it's a big thing to make people a witness to you. You say, no, it's okay. You made a mistake on that he made Zed practicing and but I'm saying it's even a more, like he's made people a witness. I'm reading the commentary of the Shias have been on this. So that, do you think that is to be taken lightly because your Allah comes? Isn't he using Allah? Then I will doubt it, right? Because in a contract, you can't keep changing. Okay? I hope you see this as I have seen it. And so this is unfair to the Jews. Surah Ashar ayats are unfair. Surah Tawbah ayat, killing. We can't trust this. Sorry. You can make your own meanings. I mean, or even if it comes from Prophet Muhammad now, directly from his hadith, I cannot trust it. Right? You can make your own meanings of your words and all this, the words you have from the Quran ayats. You say, yeah, they were attacking. No. They were, even if they're not attacking, it's open to interpretation. The Quran ayat of this type is open to Surah Tawbah. Whatever you may say or some fringe, some Muslims Or maybe you're ignorant that this Islam is a peaceful religion. Unless they're attacking, or you have believed, fight against those adjacent to you of the disbelievers, and let them find in you harshness. Even the Shias have not said that they were attacking or this a word. I've seen the multilingual Quran in the commentary section. And also find harshness in you. And what, okay, if you're going to make excuses about this word, but I know that you can't, you may. There are some Muslims who may try to make excuses and say that this lunakum means those who were close and were attacking the Muslims. Then who are the zalimeen? Tell me. Are you supposed to even then look at this Quran ayat 23 and 24. Who are the defiantly disobedient? You can't even keep relationships with your fathers, your brothers. Huh? Is this a versatile religion? Is this a tolerant religion? No, it's you, believers. Do not take your fathers, your brothers for your allies if they choose unbelief in preference to belief. Surah Tawbah 23. And what does Surah Tawbah 24 say? Also, look at this. Say, O Muhammad, if your fathers and your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, wealth which you have obtained, commerce wherein you fear decline, and dwellings with which you are pleased, are more beloved. If you think this is jihad, you have to do jihad too against yourselves, nafs. To you then Allah and His Messenger and jihad, striving in His cause, then wait until Allah executes His command. And Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. What are you? If you do not do this, what you are told here, fasiqeen, defiantly disobedient. What is used for Surah Ashur? Yathrib people, defiantly disobedient, opposed to Allah and the Prophet. Or in Surah Muhammad, and what are you called here? O you who 23 verse of Surah Tawbah. O you who believe, take not for protectors your fathers and your brothers if they love infidelity above faith. If any of you do so, they do wrong. What are you called here? Zalimeen. Very strict religion, I must say. So don't tell. So you may tell me some fringe Muslims may come up with this word is like, oh, that in the Surah Tawbah 1 to 3. Then we have Surah Mujadila ayat. So please, I'm doing justice, trying. Don't be an obstacle. First listen, then object. See how many variations you have in your religion. How many obscure ayats are there, interpretations, open to interpretations. What Ibn Qatir says is totally different from what this person is saying in his website about that Surah Tawbah ayat 1 to 3. You will not find a people who believe in Allah and the last day, having affection for those who oppose Allah and His Messenger. Not even having loving kindness. What? Affection? Loving. Wadud. Loving kindness. Yeah, wadud means loving kindness. It's a word of a name of Allah. Ya wadudo. Loving kindness. It's not love like hub, not even loving kindness. Wadud means loving kindness. I've said it many times. My aunt told me this. Use this, ya wadudu, ya wadudu. You will become, so for some zikr. So I looked at the meaning of wadud, the name of Allah. It's not only hub, love, but it is loving kindness. So no kindness, loving kindness for those who oppose Allah and His Messenger. Oppose Allah and the Messenger. Now, opposition has a wide connotation, like you say, it's Muslims and submitting to the will of Allah, wide connotation and this and that. God knows what you say. Whatever you say. So please do justice. Remember, so I'm right now thinking of those people who were killed, because Ibn Qatir doesn't say this. I don't know how many of you follow Ibn Qatir, Muslims. Surah, what is it? Tawbah at 1, 2, 3, Tafsir, or Quran 68. Victus has come. Thank you. Hello, Victus. How many of you believers fight against the unbelievers who live around you? What is said here? From the apparent wording of this verse, it may be inferred that only those Muslims at first been held responsible to fight with those enemies of Islam who live near their territory. But if we read this verse along with the succeeding passage, it becomes clear that here disbelievers who are near you refers to those hypocrites who were doing great harm to the Islamic society by mixing up with the sincere Muslims. Right? This very thing was stated in Ayat 73 at the beginning. The command has been repeated at its end. Writing this. Commentary of whom? I don't know. Whose commentary is this? See how the Muslims can fool you. It doesn't say, please noteworthy, huh? These Muslims, they want to hide. Whose commentary is this? This could be from, this is not Ibn Kathir, this is not any reliable commentator of the Quran. You see? Missing. These Muslims, some of them, they go beyond, like, they're liars through the teeth, shameless liars. Sorry. Victus. Sorry, I'll just get back at you. What is this? Oh my God. So another shock, like how Muslims have triggered me. They're unreliable to no end, dishonest to head to toe, and they feel shameless. Just for their ego, they want Islam. This is the ego. Shameless people. So stubborn and shameless. Dishonesty rampant and deep. Allah does not forbid that you be kind and just to those who did not fight against you. Yes, but did not fight against you, but then Allah, there's a contradiction here. Victus, I'm relaxed. Don't worry, I will relax. I do come back cool and calm. Victus, which Islam do you belong to, so I can talk to you in that manner. Your prophet has lied. He's practiced the pagan Arab idol worshipping thing. It triggers me, of course. You don't care about the ones he's killed. Okay, what about Surah Hasharayat? Who have not fought you. You feel these, to break the houses is good? In return for what they did to you, they opposed you and they fought you. So now you want to, your prophet is Allah, be kind to those believers or who have not fought you. So now eventually you will make them give jizya willingly or unwillingly. Right? You may be relaxed because you see, you are not bothered about those he's killed and broken houses. You are with your clever Sunni Islam Muslims or Shia Muslims. Allah cast terror into their hearts, so they destroyed. I have a very big thing to do here. Victus, you come here and tell me to relax. Who was killed unjustly? Your prophet killed many unjustly. According to Ibn Kathir, Surah Tawbah, Ayat 1, 2, 3, Tafsir. Do you believe in Ibn Kathir's commentary? Right? Tafsir. The order for jihad against the disbelievers, the closest, then the furthest area. These disbelievers are just disbelievers who didn't fight. Look what Ibn Kathir says here. Allah commands the believers to fight the disbelievers. The closest in area to the Islamic State, then the furthest. This is why the Messenger of Allah started fighting the idolaters in the what? This is why the Messenger of Allah started. Who started fighting? Who started fighting? Oh my God. Do you believe in Ibn Kathir's commentary about this? Who started fighting? You're not even, you don't know. Please do your research properly. Don't you think these disbelievers were killed unjustly by your prophet who started fighting the idolaters in the Arabian Peninsula? When he finished with them and Allah gave him control over Makkah, Al-Madinah, Al-Taif, Yaman, Yamama, Hajar, Khaybar, Hadramaut, and other Arab provinces, and the various Arab tribes entered Islam in large crowds. He then started fighting. He started. Look what Ibn Kathir is saying. He then started fighting the people of the scriptures. So these disbelievers, he started against these disbelievers. Allah commands the believers to fight the disbelievers who may not have even fought him or attacked him or broken the treaty with him. Now these are a different set of disbelievers. Don't you think they were killed unjustly for just being disbelievers who didn't start the fight with Prophet Muhammad and even the people of the scriptures? If you read Ibn Kathir's Tafsir on this ayat of Surah Tawbah. Victors, don't you think? You asked who was killed unjustly. Now there is Ibn Qatir's tafsir on this ayat. These disbelievers, don't you think, were killed unjustly, according to Ibn Qatir's tafsir of this ayat. He began, okay, so after he finished the Arabian Peninsula, with finishing the idolaters of the Arabian Peninsula, when he finished with them, and Allah gave him control over Makkah, Medina, Ta'if, Yaman, Yamama, Hajar, Khaybar, Hadramaut, and other Arab provinces, and the various Arab tribes entered Islam in large crowds. He then started fighting the people of the scriptures. He began preparations. He then started. The people of the scriptures didn't start. Because in the Quran ayat it says then in Surah Azab, what you will have land that you will step on, and you will conquer lands that you haven't even stepped on right now. Which ayat is that? Where in the surah? So he's doing this. He began preparations to fight the Romans. Now you see, the Christians, the people of the scriptures, they don't fight. They're not asked by Jesus Christ to perhaps even defend themselves. I don't know if they're allowed. Aren't these people of the scriptures killed unjustly, victorious? According to Ibn Qatir, Tafsir, he began preparations to fight the Romans. And I can give you ayats where it says you will conquer lands that you haven't even tread as yet. Quran ayat. What does that mean? It means what Ibn Qatir is saying here. If you take that ayat too from the Quran. Sorry, I can't remember the number. And don't worry, victors. I'm very relaxed. I'm just passionate about this. I hope you don't mind my passion. If there's something else you mind, please tell me. So, my concern, my worries are immense, deep. The Prophet marched, and as such, the Romans were not fighting. He began preparations to fight the Romans, who were the closest in area to the Arabian Peninsula, and as such had the most right to be called to Islam, especially since they were from the people of the scriptures. The Prophet marched until he reached Tabuk. Read about it, the expedition of Tabuk, please. And went back because of the extreme hardship, little rain and little supplies. Have you read about the Battle of Tabuk? Victorious. How many times has the Prophet been mistaken that people have been after him, wanting to fight him, and he's prepared for the war? Read. This battle occurred on the 9th year after his hijrah. He even thought some Yathrib Jews wanted to kill him. And it wasn't so. If they wanted to kill him, he would have died long time ago when he stepped into that territory, leaving Makkah, being expelled from Makkah, and worrying about his life, wanting to save his life. Allah told him, maybe, I don't know if the verse is there, to leave Makkah, because his life was in danger. But we are told the Makkans expelled him. The Prophet marched until he reached Tabuk and went back. Because of extreme hardship, little rain, and the little supplies. God doesn't even bring rain. The rain that came at that time, in which battle, in the ayat, we sent rain to sedate you. The battle didn't happen. Yes, because they were not there, right? Yes, right. The battle didn't happen. But the Prophet marched until he reached Tabuk. And he went back because of the extreme hardship. Why didn't the battle happen? Why didn't the battle happen? Victuous. Brother, so you're a Muslim, you must be fasting. Is that why you're saying to relax, so that maybe, I don't get you all, you're fasting? I'm sorry. But if you're fasting, I advise you not to come here while you're fasting. Only if you are in a country where it's your fast has opened and you're eating, then it's good. In the 10th year, the Messenger of Allah was busy with the farewell Hajj. The Messenger died 81 days after he returned from the Hajj. Allah chose him for what he prepared for him. Okay, that's all. And then Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, became the leader, right? And then who established bases and made its foundations firm? He brought those who strayed from the religion back to it, and made those who reverted from Islam return. He took the zakah from the evil people who did not want to pay it, and explained the truth to those who were unaware of it on behalf of the Prophet. Abu Bakr delivered what he was entrusted with. Then he started preparing the Islamic armies to fight the Roman cross worshippers. Just for Islam, not because they're attacking. Even Abu Bakr is doing this. You're told in the Quran ayat that you will be conquering lands that you haven't tread upon. By the blessings of his mission, Allah opened the lands for him and brought down Caesar and Kisra and those who obeyed them among the servants. Abu Bakr spent their treasures in the cause of Allah, just as the Messenger of Allah had foretold would happen. The mission continued after Abu Bakr at the hands of he whom Abu Bakr chose to be his successor, Al-Faruq, Umar bin Khattab, the martyr of the Mihrab, Abu Hafs, Umar bin al-Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him. With Umar, Allah humiliated the disbelievers, suppressed the tyrants and hypocrites, humiliated the disbelievers. How do you humiliate the disbelievers? Fight them. Okay, the tyrants, hypocrites, and opened the eastern and western parts of the world. Meaning he conquered. He's going, traveling far away now from Arabia, eastern and western parts of the world, for only to put the flag of Islam there. So now where are you going to come from? The Sunnis told me, coming here, that in Surah Tawbah, they were told, our Muslims of that time were told to fight those who have expelled the Prophet Muhammad and kill them because they were fighting. They broke the treaty with Prophet Muhammad. They opposed vehemently Prophet Muhammad's Islam, religion. Now where do you want to come from? Sunnis, Shias. Okay, this is for the Sunnis. Now Abu Bakr has gone fighting and conquering lands and suppressing the disbelievers, hypocrites, tyrants. According to you, because they were not Muslims. Then Umar also started following suit. Not those who broke treaties. Like I go to Qatar, I go to UAE, I go to, what if I have my religion? And I fight the leaders. So first you have to make, first of all, no, not even make sure that this is the true religion. And Arabic is not even in their vocabulary, mother tongue. So you're just going, your Rashidun caliphs are going, following Prophet Muhammad's footsteps. That's why. They haven't broken any treaty. So you're stuck on that in Surah Tawbah, the ayats, because Makkans did this, expelled. You are expelling people from their land or convert. You're conquering lands for Islam and putting Islam on them, imposing the religion on them. Then Uthman. So then the companions among the Muhajirin and Ansar agreed to chose after Umar Uthman bin Affan, leader of the faithful and martyr of the house. May Allah be pleased with him. During Uthman's reign, Islam wore its widest garment. What does this mean? And Allah's unequivocal proof was established in various parts of the world over the necks of the servants. Islam appeared in the eastern and western parts of the world. You see, it's not very, you're going conquering other people's lands, countries. It won't be very peaceful, bloody. They have not broken any pact. You're going there imposing your religion on them. Islam appeared in the western and eastern parts of the world, and Allah's word was elevated and his religion apparent. The pure religion reached its deepest aims against Allah's enemies. The Byzantines killed a Muslim emissary. Why? Did they come to Arabia, or did Prophet Muhammad send his Muslims there to spy against them? Or was it for peace sake that this Muslim emissary was sent, or was he sent as a spy? Or was he sent to ask the Byzantines to convert to Islam? Of course, if you're going to send your spy, like let's say Iran sends a spy to Saudi Arabia, they're going to catch him. The Byzantines had a vassal state, the Ghazna. That's not the Ghazanids, That's okay, but why the Muslims? I know what the Byzantines, it's not important what the Byzantines had or didn't have. What's important is why was this Muslim emissary sent to the Byzantine? Because this was a Muslim emissary, you say. So he was sent to Byzantine to do what? What in Byzantine? It wasn't a spy. Then what was he? What was the purpose he was sent to Byzantine? Victus, what was the purpose? To invite to Islam, right? Right. And if they disagree, what happens? If you oppose Harith bin Amr al-Azdi, yes, okay, good. Your knowledge is very good. Now, what if, so they killed him because he invited to Islam very peacefully? They killed him. So can you say that Muhammad, you're saying that he was killed in the wrong way because he just went there, he wasn't a spy, he just went there to invite the Byzantines to Islam. But what happens if you oppose Muhammad? If you say, no, I don't want to be a Muslim, what happens to you? Can you remember something? You're very good in this, Islam, knowledgeable. What happens to you, Victus, when you say, no, I don't want to convert to Islam? I don't want to come to Islam. What will happen to you? What will be your fate? What was the fate of the YH, like the Persians killed an emissary as well? Okay, they killed an emissary, but what will be your fate? Sorry, not your fate. What will be your fate if you oppose Muhammad? If you say no to Muhammad, what will be your fate? In an Islamic state? No, in an un-Islamic state. In an un-Islamic state, what would be your fate? What does God say? Jizya, right. As you're protected by Muslim. And your state will become a Muslim state. Muhammad will take it. You will conquer lands that you haven't tread upon. Oops. And your land will become as your what happened even after Prophet Muhammad's death? What happened? His Sahabas went on conquering lands. Your Lord has proclaimed, call upon me and do not walk on the earth. No. What happens, Victus, as you're protected by Muslims? Yes, you have to be protected by Muslims because you're giving them on your land, you're on your land. They came and they forced you to pay jizya and become Muslims, or pay jizya, and they conquer. What do the Muslims do? They conquer your land, right? They conquer your land. Otherwise, you can live in your land, not pay the jizya to the Muslims. But the Muslims will have to conquer your land. To force you to pay jizya. Once they cannot have ability to protect, the jizya is not collected. Yes, until they have completely subdued people, then they can. Once they've conquered the land, right? So they're going to conquer the land and then subdue you to pay the jizya. Victious. Yes, the jizya is not collected because you have not been protected. Once they cannot have ability to protect, the jizya is not collected. No, but before this, what happens? You said jizya in a Muslim, in an un-Islamic state, what happens? You will conquer land. What is Islam about other than protecting yourself, self-defense? Yes, it's because the non-Muslims don't fight in the army. Yes. But let's say, why did Prophet Muhammad go to this place, to the Byzantine Empire? Why was he going there? Why did he go to Tabuk? Why his expeditions to Tabuk? Because they killed an emissary, so he went there, you're saying? Oh, because they killed a Muslim emissary. And you believe in that. You believe this is right. You believe that because they killed one Muslim emissary of theirs, I'm thinking of how to come to you. Yes? Okay. When the believers saw the enemy alliance, they said, you will conquer lands. He has also caused you to take over their lands. So you not only, but you don't, but you, what, okay, so they killed an emissary, but they never conquered your land, right? They never came to Arabia, Makkah to conquer your land. But you are, what Allah tells you, Muslims. Good morning, a very good morning, Salahuddin. Victors, what does Allah tell you? Surah Azab verse 27. What can you do that they can't do? If they did that, you would say, oh, they are tyrants. And what else will you say? And he caused you to inherit their land and their homes and their properties and a land which you have not trodden. And ever is Allah over all things competent. Now tell me, victors, you say they killed an emissary. Laughable matter, I'll tell you. They killed an emissary, but should they not fear this, what you will do, what you Muslims would do? Salahuddin, you have had your breakfast at 4, message retracted. Okay, but sorry, if you are fasting, then I don't think you should be here. If you cannot take this, I would ask you to not be here. You've taken your breakfast. What would you like me to, I'm sorry, Rosedar, fasters, um, fasting Muslims, I would request you not to come here. We have our breakfast at 4 a.m. This is Ramadan. Yes, I know. You keep saying to me that this is Ramadan. I know it is Ramadan. So, a very good morning to you, Salahuddin. Now, what I'm with the victors here. Please tell me. They killed an emissary, but what would you do? You be doing as Muslims? And He caused you, Allah caused you to inherit their land. You're inheriting their land. And their homes even you're inheriting. And their properties you are inheriting. And the land which you have not trodden upon you are inheriting. Can you blame them? Victors, can you blame them? Victors, can you blame them? Because here it says, Allah is saying that Allah caused you to inherit their land and their homes. Meaning, if they don't become Muslims, they will be expelled. They will be defeated, subdued. They will have to pay jizya. Subdued and pay jizya. Now please tell me, I'm waiting. You don't make sense. Victors is saying I don't make sense. But does this Quran ayat make sense? Surah Azab ayat 27. I may not make sense. How can they be kicked out and pay jizya at the same time? They could be kicked out because they don't want to be Muslims. Oh, yes. They will be, oh, okay. Yeah, in that sense. Oh, yes, I made a mistake. If they don't want to pay jizya, will they not be? What will happen to them? Oh, yes. Okay, if I made a mistake, I apologize. Sometimes I make these mistakes. Victors, Salahuddin says the enemy perspective is much worse. These ayahs are only stating the truth of inheriting land, their homes, their properties. The enemy perspective is much worse. In what way is it much worse? Can you tell me? Like, for example, now we have Europe, London. We have London. Can you please give me an example, Salahuddin, how the enemy perspective is much worse? Victor says again. Again what? Sorry. Didn't get you, Victors. How is the enemy perspective worse? Maybe they want to have peace and they just want to worship their gods like the Hindus are doing in... how is the enemy's perspective worse? Because Surah 9, Ayah 1, 2, 3 says, go fight the disbelievers, conquer, meaning conquer the lands. And here, I've come here now. How is the enemy's perspective worse? Much worse. Sure, Victor. Victor's, this message of yours was held. Why didn't the Prophet kill the population of Makkah when he came back? Of course he did, right? He killed them. He killed the pagans. And no, he didn't kill the pagans. It says those who broke the treaty with him, kill them when the months of 3 or 4 months, the sacred months are over. But the ayat says kill them. So how can you say the population of Makkah when the ayat say kill them? How can you say he didn't kill them? How can you say he didn't kill the polytheists who broke the treaty with him and expelled him from Makkah? He came back and he killed them. The ayat itself in Surah Tawbah says kill them when the sacred months are over. So you're just bringing in how are you coming here in this? Why didn't the Prophet kill the population? But the ayat says kill them. I'll give you the citations. I'll give you the citations. Yes, you can give me the citations, but the ayat says kill them. The ayat itself says kill them, right? Victors, doesn't Surah Tawbah ayat say, kill the polytheists wherever you find them, beseech them, wait for them in ambush? Which citation will you give me against the Quran ayat, Allah's command to kill them, the polytheists? The population of Makkah, when it's Muslim now, but it hasn't been polytheists, right? The ayat says kill the polytheists of Makkah. And as for the Ahle Kitab, Jews and Christians, make them fight them until they pay the jizya, believe in Allah. What does it say, Surah Tawbah ayat? So you may give me citations. Who were left were the Muslims. Al-Sunan Al-Kubra, 18275 hadith. Just read the conquest of Makkah. Yes, but the ayat says kill them. But first we must look at the ayat. Then we will go to the conquest of Makkah and Sunan al-Kubra if it goes with the ayat. If it doesn't go with the ayat, how many polytheists were left in Makkah allowed to do their worship? How many polytheists were left in Makkah? First you look at who would understand the Quran better than the Prophet. If the Prophet was only able to understand his Quran properly, then why would he impose his Quran ayats on others? But the ayat is saying to kill the polytheists. Now how many polytheists are there in Makkah right now? They weren't kicked out. Okay, they weren't kicked out, but what you're saying, none of them were killed. Why didn't the Prophet kill the population of Makkah when he came back? Because Abu Sufyan gave him the keys peacefully to the Kaaba. And they were told, because Abu Sufyan, the leader at that time, became a Muslim himself. So since you become a Muslim and you give the keys of the Kaaba to Prophet Muhammad, then of course there's no fight, right? He became a Muslim. And you do what Prophet Muhammad tells you to do. Wow, so the Prophet was peaceful. No, the Prophet was not peaceful, because threats are given to Ahli Kitab. If you don't peacefully give it, we will fight with you and take it forcefully. So there's an element of violence threat, which is not peaceful. Victors, there's an element of violence. Kill them. Kill them wherever you find them. Aren't you not going against the Quran ayahs? Don't you see the Quran ayats threatening them to become Muslims? Victor says the prophecy could have taken revenge on the people of Makkah who kicked him out of Makkah and attempted to kill him. Of course he took revenge. And when the inviolable months have passed, then kill the polytheists, wherever you find them, and capture them, and beseech them, and sit in wait for them at every place. Where are you, victors? Are you at the Quran ayats, or you're just lost in your... He didn't. He didn't listen to the commands of Allah. This is a command of Allah against the polytheists. So the Prophet Muhammad went against Allah's commands. Where are you coming from, victors? He didn't kill them. It is Allah's command to kill them. And maybe some of some of them who weren't killed, like Abu Sufyan, scared. They just gave the key peacefully because the threat killed them. Prophet Muhammad married Abu Sufyan's daughter also. And there's a thing, hadith on that, whatever it is, Tafsir. No, it's a hadith. When he went to visit his daughter, she said, as a polytheist, she said, you are najis, impure. Don't sit on this mat. It's the Prophet's mat. You should learn how ayahs are revealed. I don't have to learn how ayahs are revealed. They are revealed on case-to-case basis. But you just said that the Prophet Muhammad didn't take revenge on the people of Makkah who kicked him out of Makkah and attempted to kill him. But here it says that those who broke a treaty, kill them. And when the inviolable months have passed, read the whole ayat. I haven't even started to read the whole ayat. Where are you coming from? Why do you want to defend this religion? Please, let's not have an argument here, victors. Then you're blaming me that you should learn how ayats are revealed. Yes, you should also learn how ayats are revealed and read in their context. Who are these polytheists who were killed? Who commanded, Allah has commanded to kill. Yes, that shows the verses are not meant to mean the way you're making them to mean. I'm not making them to mean anything what they are to mean. You are diverting, running away, escaping. Be honest here. Don't be dishonest with me. You understand? So the Prophet's action says otherwise. This means he did not listen to the commands of Allah. And so he let the population of Makkah be polytheists. Also that. So he did not, the Prophet, this is a declaration of disassociation from Allah and His Messenger to those with whom you had made a treaty among the polytheists. What are you saying? Why aren't you looking at, you're heavily relying on some hadith and your own mind and you're blaming me. Look at the ayats, then we'll read it in context. First, look at what the ayats are saying. Not through your belief, your dogma, your indoctrination. The Prophet's actions are revelations in themselves. Who is doubt? I mean, okay, yes, his Prophet, the Prophet, please, Victus, what are you saying? Where are you going? No. Don't give me Surah 53, Ayah 3. Here. Don't escape from here what your Prophet is commanded to do and the believers are commanded to do. Don't escape from these ayats. You may go about freely in the land for 4 months, but know well. You said the Prophet did not take any revenge. Allah has asked him to take revenge. Kill them wherever you find them. You are wrong and you are going somewhere else. But stick to one thing and be honest. Ramadan, it's Ramadan for you, Muslim. Don't be dishonest here. I wonder at your dishonesty. Now, if you can be friendly, help me. Be honest. Look at the Quran ayats first. What are they conveying? Because this is imposed on other non-Muslims too, who were not Arabs, Arab speaking. Look at the ayat first. Then we go to the tafsirs. But if the ayat in itself is telling you, commanding you what to do and your Prophet, you can't give me other citations which say, oh, Prophet Muhammad never killed anyone, never took revenge from the Meccan polytheists who expelled him. When the ayats are saying here, your Sunni Muslims have come here telling me they broke the pact, that's why they were killed. You may go about freely in the land for 4 months, but know well that you will not be able to frustrate Allah, and that Allah will bring disgrace upon those who deny the truth. Who deny the truth. And it is an announcement from Allah and His Messenger. Not only Allah. This is an announcement from Allah and His Messenger to the people on the day of the greater pilgrimage, that Allah is disassociated. Your Prophet is also announcing the same thing Allah is announcing. And your Prophet cannot say or do anything against what Allah says and does, wants him to do. The Prophet is the one who the Quran is revealed to. Who are you to say that he followed it or not followed it correctly? Because you're telling me the Prophet did not kill anyone, did not take revenge from the Meccan polytheists. And I'm telling you the Quran is saying otherwise, Quran ayats. And I'm showing you the Quran ayats. I'm not the one who's saying, I'm just following the Quran ayats and you're not following the Quran ayats with me. You're running to Surah 53, Ayah 3. You're saying the Prophet Muhammad, you're not following the Quran ayats. If you would follow the Quran ayats, before following citations and in context, first you look at the context of the Quran ayats. Then the wordings of this Quran ayat were taking about the Prophet's actions. Pardon? We're talking about the Prophet's actions. The Prophet's actions are here to announce. Please look at the Quran ayats, Victus. Victus, brother, sister, whoever you are. Why are you being like this? I don't want to fight you or anything. Neither am I deceptive. See, I'm a very honest person. I want to be honest. I struggle against myself. And Shia Islam was my religion. But he didn't kill the population of Makkah. How much of the population of Makkah did he convert to Islam? No one is saying he killed the whole population of Makkah. Did I ever say this? Why are you bringing this in the first place? You have no proof. You asked, the Quran ayat has proof here. Yes? Isn't the Quran as proof for you? You said the Quran said to what? The Quran said to what? But the Prophet didn't. Because you told me the Prophet didn't kill the population of Makkah. Did I ever say that the Prophet killed the population of Makkah? Did I ever say this? You haven't been clear. What is the population of Makkah? Muslims, Ahle Kitab, neighbors, non-Muslims, polytheists. Yes, what? Yes, what? You said yourself that the Prophet didn't kill the population of Makkah. And I was surprised at this because it's saying disassociate yourself. In Makkah there were polytheists. You're jumping around. Victus, I'm not jumping around. Sorry, I can see the deception in you. You don't want to see. If you don't want to see, your Prophet was a tyrant and your Allah was an extremist killer, then it's okay, you leave. Okay, that means your understanding of the verse is wrong. Okay, whatever you say, you are right, you go away. You leave. Thank you very much. I don't have time to waste with you blind followers of a terrorist religion and dishonest people. Enough is enough. Killers. You know how you kill apostates? You're blind in your hate. No. Your Prophet was blind in his hate for others who worshipped God in their own way. He couldn't take it. And he's conquered lands. And your Quran ayat say so. So stop putting it on others. Stop. Your hatred. Your Prophet said, don't even love your mother and father. It is your Prophet who is blind. And your Allah. Now, don't let me come from here and there. Surah Mujadila. Your Prophet wanted you to hate your mother and father. Not me. Even your mother and father. Does Islam say to love all in humanity? Do kindness to parents who are disbelievers. This ayat says against that. After Allah is our parents, right? You should be respectful. You should take care of them in their old age. Honor them. What does Allah say here? You will not find a people who believe in Allah and the day, the last, loving those who oppose Allah. Loving kindness, it says. It's not hub. It's not hub. It's even having loving kindness for those who oppose Allah and His Messenger, even if they were their fathers or their sons or their brothers or their kindred. I'm not saying this. I'm saying love everyone, even though in your family members, your father could be a Christian, a Jew, an atheist. Yes, because the Quraysh elders fought against their own children. What are you saying? You're jumping around again. Don't gaslight me here. No, this is for all times. This is for all Muslims at all times. Victors, this is for not those Quraysh elders. Quraysh elders loved their people. They loved their people and they were blamed. For worshipping their people who they loved. They were blamed for loving them more than Allah, loving Allah more. You're not a scholar. No, but I have the right. I have the right to do this. Each one, Surah Nisa ayat 82. Were the disbelievers scholars when Allah told them? What did Allah tell them? And this Quran, isn't it for all times? Reflect upon the Quran verses. You don't have to be a scholar to reflect upon the Quran verses. Does Allah say in Surah Nisa ayat 82? Who is Allah speaking to? Referring to? But the verse are revealed after a specific event. But they are for all times, right? But they are for all times. Even if the verses may be revealed after a specific event. But do you not see, isn't this the word of Allah? Or the word of the messenger? Isn't this the word of Allah? Uncreated, for all times. No, this you cannot read for just those Quraysh people who didn't, what nonsense are you speaking against the Quraysh elders? Fought against their own children because they became Muslim. Fought against their own children because this is what Prophet Muhammad made them do. You see, Abu Sufyan did not fight against, of course, his daughter. The Prophet, you see, what he's also made the polytheist Nijis. So what did Habiba say to Abu Sufyan? Look at the hatred. Your Prophet has spread against Abu Sufyan, the father, because he was a polytheist at this time. When he visited Habiba, Ramla was her name, he even changed her name, Prophet Muhammad, after marrying her. Events may be important, but you first have to look at the Quran ayats. I will come to the events later. Now, here is an event, right? You see this? Hatred for her father. On one occasion, Abu Sufyan visited his daughter Ramla in her house in Medina. As he went to sit on the apostles' carpet, she folded it up so that he could not sit on it. My dear, he tells her, my dear, he calls her my dear daughter. My dear daughter, he said, I hardly know if you think that the carpet is too good for me or that I am too good for the carpet. She replied, it is the apostles' carpet, and you are an unclean polytheist. So you said the events are the reason ayats are revealed. Yes, but aren't they revealed for all times now? Sometimes. What are you laughing about? You see, if you're not going to be honest and you're going to laugh and you're going to do this, You think you're a very cool person, laughing, chill, and all this. But there's a lot at stake. Do you care about humanity or not? Or you just care about your Prophet and Islam and Allah? The lessons are for all times. But what about the ayats? The ayats. Ramla can't even respect Abu Sufyan. He's come, where does it say, where he's come from a journey, visiting his house daughter Ramla. So don't tell me I'm the one. Why are you blaming me? I'm the one who is what? Spreading. I have hate for your Prophet. No, no. I had lots of love for his grandson. How can I have had hate for the Prophet when I've cried for Imam Hussein, his grandson? How much do you cry on that? Every year, azadari from childhood. How much do you cry for Prophet Muhammad? Victus, you blame me for hatred. You're blind in your hate. Will you not come for the sake of truth and love here, loving kindness and honesty? I'm offering that to you. If I had hate, blind hate, you see, I would have been dishonest with you. I would have twisted and turned. But whoever you are, I don't know whether you are female, brother, I appeal to you kindly, respectfully, as a caring person. You see how much you have blamed me and gone around, and you're saying I'm jumping around. I'm just showing you from every Quran ayat on the topic. I'm on the topic. I'm on the Quran ayats. You're the one you're being dishonest as you're picking Quran verses and twisting their meaning to the point you're saying the Prophet didn't follow. Because you told me that there's a citation of the Quran ayat. I'm not being dishonest. You told me that the population of Makkah, Prophet Muhammad did not kill, right? Did not destroy, right? Let's go slowly, please. Brother Victus, let's go slowly. Yes? So I had to go to the Quran ayat, right? Surah Tawbah ayat, and show you that they were the polytheists. You're on Wikipedia. Yes, I'm on Wikipedia, but it has citation. See, now, about this Ramla case, I went, please, let's go slowly. Wikipedia has citations here. Gulyam, Ishaq, Ishaq, page 543. It's your own citations, right? Ishaq. If you don't take Gulam, sorry, I call him Gulyam. Gulyam. Gulam, okay? Ishaq, take Ishaq. Read the conquest of Makkah. A brother, like I told you, Victus, that's a book. Okay, I can't read too much, I have problems. But Quran ayats are first and foremost Quran ayats. You got it from the conquest of Makkah that your Prophet Muhammad didn't kill anyone in Makkah, didn't destroy the whole, didn't finish the whole population. Is that what you're saying? You said from the conquest of Makkah, it's a book that I should read. But don't you think first we should read the Quran ayats and see what it says? Beginning, where will you start? Where have you started being a Muslim? Where did you start? Read the Wikipedia on conquest of Makkah. Victors, please don't be a dictator now. Answer my question. Did you read the Conquest of Makkah book and become a Muslim? Did you read the Conquest of Makkah and become a Muslim? Or did you do this, what God asked the disbelievers to do? So please don't, I'm losing a lot of I'm getting bad energy. Please forgive me if my voice raises. I'm really losing my energy like this. No, the book I was referring to was the random Isaac one. You showed it. Okay. Now, Surah Nisa ayat, which one is it? 82. Where do you start, right? So do I have to help you? Do you start with the Quran ayats or do you start with what Prophet Muhammad did? And first, do you start with your citations or do you start with the Quran? As a Muslim, as a disbeliever first, what did I show you? Please, I'm showing you here. What do you start with to become a Muslim? What does a disbeliever start with? Huh? The citations where you're told Prophet Muhammad didn't kill anyone in Makkah, or you start with the Quran? Do you start with the life of Prophet Muhammad, the conquest of Makkah? Do they not ponder about the Quran? Had it been from any other than Allah, they would surely have found in it much inconsistency. What does Allah tell you to start from? Where does Allah tell you to start from? Victor's brother. From the Sirat, the life of Prophet Muhammad written by Ibn Ishaq and others? Is it Prophet Muhammad's own autobiography or biography? His own written by himself? They wouldn't even allow him in the end to have a piece of paper and pen. So tell me, where do you start from? Where did you start from learning about Islam? Or your mother guided you? Your mother was a Muslim? Where did they guide you from learning about Islam? Which is the greatest book in Islam? The Word of Allah. Do you know? Are you there? Not answering. So please see this, where to start from in Islam. Which book comes first? And before blaming others and putting, things like that, just a waste of time. And dishonesty. So like I said before, I cannot stand dishonesty. Really saddens me. I showed what to you? I hope I shown you inside you, you've seen that humanity is first and foremost. And honesty also would be great. If that you see it, if that is what I've shown you, in yourself what is the truth and the best virtue is what? Freedom. Freedom to choose your path. Freedom to search your own path and find it in yourself. So with this understanding, kindness, I put in you that compassion, that care for humanity. Honesty is the first policy. I offer you a learning, this thing here, right? Forum. Let's learn together. Let's see where we have made mistakes or where we have not. You can correct me, but please do it in an honest manner. By blaming others, in this way you have done, you know what, you have made me cry inside. And how can a Muslim do this during Ramadan, moreover? Blaming someone who comes here honestly to learn. She left behind her religion. She loved Imam Hussein. Now I cannot tell you. I loved my teacher. I adored her. From childhood, I was 9 years old. 10. By 10, I got attached to her. One time they told me something. I left for Imam Hussein's sake, and I said, I don't want to go there anymore. God help me. I put the one I loved, reconciliation, everything aside. I said, no more. It's come on my religion. This is how much I loved Imam Hussein. I wasn't strong. I was broken. I was down on my knees. I was begging my teacher, my family friend who had become. While there are Shias doing muttahs, my father traveling, couldn't stay. It's unhealthy. There are people, my Shias, who did wrong to me, some family members. I kept quiet. Yet I was told I was an angry person, revengeful. I grew up to be kind to my grandmother, wicked grandmother Shia. What she did to my mother, she never became normal, my mother. I prayed and prayed and prayed for my Shia mother. You people come here, Muslims, during Ramadan. You have no care, no concern about others who want good for you. Lying like this, blaming me. And what more? What you did to Mashal Khan in Pakistan, you Muslims, you don't get up. What your Muslims did to the Shias in Pakistan, the Ismailis, 55 Ismailis recently in Pakistan. You come on the internet also against the Shias. I've seen you saying, you Shias are not Muslims. Now enough is enough. And you have the audacity. Here, the hard-heartedness, cold-blooded murderer of the spirits of humanity who are helping you. People like you to see that because of my blind hate for Rasulullah and Islam, I do this. You draw conclusions against people. Blindly, you are the one. And I wanted to see if you had any shame, any feeling for truth. I've said here, leave our bad and good aside. I don't have to bring out my good. Laughing out loud, you're still going on. I will go on every day. You are a cold-hearted gaslighter. You are not even a Muslim. You are that Muslim. You are the follower of this tyrant. You are the follower of this killer, Prophet Muhammad. You are the follower of this. And if you deny it, then you are the liar in Ramadan, lying. And you laugh when the Shias are killed. Look at yourself. You breed hatred for Shias. Your hatred for the Shias, the apostates far away, but your own fellow Muslims is immense, intense. You got them killed. I love Imam Hussein. If you loved Imam Hussein, so you love Imam Hussein, you're a Shia? For your blind love for Imam Hussein, you came out. So you are a Shia. So for your blind love, he fought the tyrant like the Prophet. Tyrants like the Prophet fought. Which tyrant the Prophet fought? Give me a tyrant the Prophet fought. Give me a tyrant who made slave girls. Give me a tyrant, a polytheistic tyrant that the Prophet fought. The Christians were living in peace. The Jews were living in Abu Jahl. What did Abu Jahl do? Tell me. What did Abu Jahl do? Did he make slave girls? Did he fight? Did he fight Huway bin Akhtab? Did he finish Yathrib, Jews? Didn't Abu Jahl allow the Yathrib Jews to live in peace? Did Abu Jahl fight or kill Huway ibn Akhtab because he wasn't a polytheist? You say what kind of your love is for Imam Hussein, blind, prejudiced. Huh? Did Abu Jahl marry Abu Sufyan, killing the fathers, the sons, marrying the chief women, chieftains' daughters? Huh? What did Abu Jahl do? And this tyrant Yazid, tell me, did he marry Zainab? Zainab bin Ali was married. Her husband was in Medina, wouldn't go with Imam Hussein to Karbala. She left alone. She left her husband and went with Imam Hussein. Now tell me, did the Yazid's army make even Bibi Zainab a slave girl? Did they sleep with her? Tell me, did Yazid's army, as bad as Yazid is portrayed as the most worst tyrant, tell me, did Yazid, according to the Islamic, he could have married, he could have taken Zainab bint Ali as a slave girl, slave woman. Her marriage is gone. Marry those. I don't support Yazid. I don't say he's a tyrant as you say. Because, no, it's not about you supporting. You can support anyone and you can say you love Imam Hussein, but you don't mean it. I know your words don't mean a thing. Your words don't count. You are not important. If you support, what do you think? You are my evidence? I'm going to take you as evidence? You laugh and you say, I love Imam Hussein. How many times have you cried for Imam Hussein? Did this tyrant Yazid make even Kulthum? You know who Kulthum is? How many of Imam Hussein's ladies and females, children were there? Did they make them all slave girls having sex with them? Huh? Tell me. Did Yazid do what is said in this Quran ayat for the Muslims to do? What is here in the Quran ayat, Surah Nisa ayat 24? Did Yazid do this? You may not support Yazid, but one thing Yazid and his army didn't do, as tyrannical as you say they are, even the Shia say, and also prohibited to you are all married women, except those your right hands possess. What is this? I can show you the Shia side too, it's the same, i.e. slaves or war captives who had polytheist husbands. Shia say these women, if they become Muslims, then marry them. They are war captives. One thing the Shias agree upon, that's what your right hands possess during war, they are your war captives. So doesn't he do the same evil things you say the Prophet do? What? Who? Yazid? You see, Yazid was no, he doesn't do the same thing the Prophet did. He didn't bring a book down. He didn't bring laws down like this. His Allah didn't. But surely his great-grandfathers, his forefathers were victims of this prophet. Let's say my great-grandfather comes to you, kills your, because now Islam has come, whatever he does, he says, okay, we'll fight. They've had a fight. He's killed, and his religion is, you can see he's imposing it on people, which you can't see. But I can show you through Quran ayats. I have to seep through and show you. You bring in citations. You will never see. You can't see that far. That Yazid was not a tyrant. Yazid was a victim of this tyrant Prophet Muhammad and his religion and his tyranny in the most sophisticated way. Like today we're told, sophisticated means of war, making two people fight and things like that. Sophisticated. Yazid was a victim of that sophisticated cleaning of polytheists from Makkah. All this. Did Yazid do this? Now tell me yes or no. You're going to, so doesn't he do the same evil things? You say, he may drink alcohol as much as you like. He may have monkeys. Umayyad said monkeys on the pulpits they were playing around with. But no, you cannot compare Yazid to this tyrant Prophet Muhammad, false liar. But did Abu Jahl do this, what Prophet Muhammad did? Now we were on Abu Jahl. Now please can you tell me, did Abu Jahl do to Yathrib Jews? If Prophet Muhammad hadn't stepped, Abu Jahl didn't even step into Yathrib for that. Prophet Muhammad wanted to teach the Makkans a great lesson, and even the Jews, and even the Christians of his time, wherever his hands, his sight could reach. Now victors, Abu Jahl had Muslim slaves and tortured them. No, before Islam. How could he torture them? Prophet Muhammad would have gone there and Muslims would have finished him up. Where did you learn this from? When they were expelled from, then why were they expelled if Abu Jahl had to torture them? The Muslims were weak in Makkah. Okay, so they all fled to Yathrib, right? But before this Islam, I'm asking you, did Abu Jahl, Prophet Muhammad has done more than what Abu Jahl did, right? To the Bedouin Arabs. The Bedouin Arabs who didn't want to help him. They're told, Surah Fatayat. No. Did Abu Jahl, is that an answer for Abu Jahl doing what Prophet Muhammad did? To the Bedouin Jews who just didn't want to help him. Didn't want. Can you blame them? You see, can you even blame the Bedouin Jews? Because he's changed everything, adopted son. How can you believe in him? You may believe in him, go on believing in him. The shaitan of all times in person. Not the mercy of Allah on earth, but the shaitan come on earth. He's not a prophet of mercy. Now, right? Abu Jahl didn't do what the Prophet Muhammad and his Allah did. taking their properties, after you have terrorized them, Surah Hashar ayat. Did Abu Jahl do this? Whatever's in the heavens, shameless. Allah ka naam leke maro, hit, kill, terrorize. They broke their own homes. It is he who expelled the ones who disbelieved. Jumping around again. Victus, you are laughing out loud. And do you have any care apart from your religion to defend your religion? Seems like you are toying around with human beings. You're the kind of person who will break hearts and laugh. Are you fasting, by the way? Just curious, because I don't ask Muslims a very personal question. But, during Ramadan, you are doing this? Jumping around. No. It's about Abu Jahl and Prophet Muhammad versus Prophet Muhammad. I'm not jumping around. Here is a very apt ayat to show you what a shaitan of his time he is, and Allah, his Allah that he says is the true one God. You did not think they would leave from their homes at first gathering. Ali Maula. Victor says Ali Maula. So you are a Shia. You said Ali Maula here. Oh, you are a shameless. Sorry to say. No? Then what are you? Ismaili Shia? Shia 12, a Bori? No. Here, look at this. It is he who expelled the ones who disbelieved among the people of the scripture from their homes at the first gathering. Look at this ayat. Did Abu Jahl ever do this to the Yathrib? Make them polytheists and then say, no, you are hypocrites. I'm going to YH, that's the Jews. What's YH stand for? Sunni, you are Sunni. But you said Ali Maula. Sunnis never say Ali Maula. Where is it allowed for the Sunnis to say Ali Maula? Are you now in Taqiyya or something as a Shia? You're giving a bad name to the Sunnis. Sunnis never say Ali Maula. It's a shirk for them. Yeah, that's the Jews. Say yes, that's the Jews. What yeah in this? My teacher taught me to say yes, not yeah. Where do you come from? America? You have had your... What is this? Oh, so you can't even write yes. You're like, yeah, that's the Jews. You want to copy wannabe Americans? You like to be American? Yeah, yes, this is the Jews who Prophet Muhammad had forcefully made them America number one. Yes, definitely. Definitely America's number one. American people are the best, I tell you. You trust them. America's number one best person. Best country. People are also great. Unlike the Muslims. It is he who expelled the ones who disbelieved among the people of the scripture. Are you that Malik? There I go again. What are you trying to protect now? I'm not jumping. Do you not know what this means? I'm asking you, did Abu Jahl do this? Read the ayat. Have you broken hearts? And laugh. Yes, you've broken hearts and you laugh. Victor says yes. Yes, yes. You are a heartbreaker. You've destroyed lives. You are that Malik. Abu Jahl did all that. Where is it written? That Abu Jahl did all this. Now you are such a liar, shameless. So such liars I ignore. Get a husband. Okay, I've checked your subscribed and I'm going to unsubscribe later to your channel. Let's see. You're saying to me, get a husband. Personal attacks. Here. Sorry, I mean no copyrights infringement. Ex-Muslim Ahmad. Here we have a person, a Muslim. He says he's a Muslim and he says that Abu Jahl did all what is in Surah Hashr. So then Abu Jahl was a Muslim, right? Whatever Allah commanded him to do, whatever Allah commanded, then Abu Jahl was a Muslim. Right? So was Imam Hussein. Now you are playing around. You are not serious. I don't know where you come from, but you seem to be, sorry to say, why get a husband? Why get a husband? Because you Muslims cannot even stay away. You think I should get a husband because for you Muslims, you can't stay away from, in Ramadan, there were certain Sahabas who, we are told, couldn't stay away from women in the nights of fasting. You are speaking to yourself here now. Brother, before, it's not nice. Look, you are giving a bad name to Shias, Sunnis, everyone, Islam. You are not coming to the point. You are not sticking to the point. I'm not the one jumping around. I'm just going with every ayat, that everything I'm on, I show you the ayat of it. I back it by sources from the Quran ayats. When I'm showing you the ayats backing it, what I'm saying, some things, everything that I say here, everything. You say, I'm jumping around. Now, what kind of a person? How can I talk to you? How can I show you anything? You are a waste of time. You are wasting someone's time. You are not even caring, not even considerate. You are not, uh, what are you doing here? Blaming me for hatred for Prophet Muhammad. I don't know what. You're on Wikipedia. What is this? Brother, listen. Sorry, sometimes I really cannot take people like you. You wasted 4 hours of your life proving you don't understand Quran. Okay, who understands the Quran? You said Prophet Muhammad understands the Quran. And you think your whatever you're saying doesn't give, there's no weight in what you're saying. There's no weight in what you're saying. Okay, so I fail to understand the Quran. Let's say I have low comprehension. I cannot be dishonest, right? And I don't want your opinion on that. Your opinion doesn't count. You're not backing things up from the Quran ayahs. You're asking me to go to that Makkah, this conquest, and read that book without coming to the Quran ayahs. I'm going to the Quran ayahs, backing everything with the Quran ayahs, but you're saying I'm jumping around. You keep blaming the other person. What kind of a Muslim? What example you are giving out here? Using Hussein's name like this. Your ignorance isn't an excuse to come to false conclusion. Okay, then what should I have done? How should I have learned the Quran? Huh? Okay, I'm ignorant. People like you will tell me how to. You are a good example of a Muslim, I must say. You are a good example by blaming me like this, by killing people. You are a very good example. Yeah, you are the best example of a true Muslim. Even Abraham lied. So you think your Prophet Muhammad understood about idol worshipping? He doubted his own message. It says here, Prophet Muhammad doubted his own message, Quran ayat. Now if I show you the Quran ayat, what are you going to say? Open the Quran. If you doubt this message, then who? Ask whom? You see, even if if you doubt, if you are in doubt, not even if you doubt, if you are in doubt, ask whom? About the Quran. Yes, I think I haven't wasted my time here 4 hours. Maybe someone will come here and see what a pathetic person you've made out of yourself here. And they will be disgusted with Islam and Muslims. You see, this is what you are doing. I didn't waste 4 hours of my life. It may seem to someone like you, but someone is going to come here because I'm going to leave this as save this on my YouTube channel, and someone is going to be disgusted. Even if they wanted to come to Islam, they will not come. So there are people like you where the Quran ayat says, even if you grieve yourself to death, they will not believe. So if you are in doubt, O Muhammad, this is Surah 10 ayat 94. Surah 10 ayat 94. Look at this. I'm not jumping. You said my ignorance. You blamed me for ignorance? Well, your prophet is ignorant as well about the Quran, which has come on his heart. Surah 10, Ayah 94. If you, O Prophet, are in doubt about these stories that we have revealed to you, then ask those who read the scripture before you. Who does he have to ask? You see, some of your translators here put Prophet Muhammad, O Muhammad. What about this, victors? So if you are in doubt, O Muhammad, in brackets, close bracket, about that which we have revealed to you, then ask those who have been reading the scripture before you. Who does he have to ask? Those who read the scripture before him. Ahle Kitab, Jews and Christians. Now it says, the truth has certainly come to you from your Lord. So never be among the doubters. What kind of ignorance, what stupidity is here? In Ayat 94, Surah 10, is it Yunus? Surah Yunus clearly shows your Prophet Muhammad's doubt here about that which we have revealed to you. Now what do you say about this, victors? What do you say about this? Victor says your ignorance isn't an excuse to come to false conclusion. Now the former scriptures. In Arabic, what were they originally? In Hebrew. How can your prophet understand Hebrew? And then the Bible, Jesus Christ, what was it? Aramaic or Hebrew? He'll have to rely on the Jews and the Christians. He's in doubt about that which we have revealed to you. So if you are in doubt of what we have revealed, anzalna, to you, ilayka, then ask those who have been or reading the book before you. Verily, has come to you the truth from your Lord. So do not be among the doubters. God has to console Prophet Muhammad. The truth has certainly... Look. Okay, go to the scriptures before. Go to the Jews and the Christians and their scriptures. But I'm telling you, the truth has certainly come to you from your Lord. So never be among the doubters, O Muhammad. The one on whom revelation has been coming down is in doubt, and God is trying to console him. Moreover, tell him to reconfirm it by going to those who have already been, then ask those who have been reading that scripture, like the scripture before you. Now what do you say about this, you victors? Sorry to see. Now you're lost. Now you're gone, case. Sorry. But, I think you should come up with a little bit of dignity, truth, and honesty. Otherwise, people will be disgusted by such as you, Muslims such as you. Because I'm going to keep this, and I keep all my live streams as, safe. I save them. What do you say? Okay, words. So this is enough now. Your ignorance isn't an excuse to come to false conclusions. What about this? Surah Yunus, 10th surah. It's not Isra. Just hasn't loaded properly. Doesn't load. Surah number 10 of the Quran. This is the Quran. Your prophet is in doubt about what is being revealed to him, and he's been asked, oh my goodness, and you're blaming me, and God knows how many you've blamed and played around with and lied to establish the false deen. This tyranny, killing, intolerance towards those who want to worship God in their way. Intolerance, complete intolerance. So we've won. I've won for the ex-Muslims here today. May they not be killed. But we need to protect ourselves from such people who cannot see the truth, and then in the Sharia is to kill apostates, be stern with father, mother, sons, daughters, uncles, family members who are not Muslims. Be stern. Give them a hard time, which people like them would not tell you, but they're doing behind our backs. Not here on social media. They can even kill. Okay, thank you very much. I think I need a break now. He's gone, Victus is gone.